For context, I've watched Explained. We left off after having watched Re-Explained Part 1. That was the last thing I watched, and before that, I watched Explained. And people were like, no, you should have watched Re-Explained first. Wrong!
I wish I could be that strong. The quest to find the primarchs was expansive and treacherous, to the point where they really should write a book about it. Despite never seeing the Emperor before in their lives, the primarchs all instinctively knew who the Emperor was, whether it's his psychic connection to him or just plain old intuition.
He's talking about when the primarchs were all separated, right? Because when he made them, they all got scattered to different worlds, and that's part of why all the primarchs have different features, right? And they went through different experiences. Like Sanguinius had a pretty chill life, right?
Giant golden god is a bit of a giveaway. The primarchs all lived their own lives, and some lived substantially better lives than others. Rabute Gilliman of the Ultramarines rose through the ranks of his worlds and ended up turning an entire sector into a high-functioning society, where others, like
he rose above it.
lived on the poisonous hellscape of Barbarous under the boot heel of his own adopted father.
Okay, I will say this is an example of me not pausing.
Rabute Gilliman of the Ultramarines rose through the ranks of his worlds and ended up turning an entire sector into a high-functioning society, where others, like Mortarion, lived on the poisonous hellscape of Barbarous under the boot heel of his own adopted father. When the Emperor arrived, some wanted to play a little bit of catch with their dad at first, and some didn't trust the baseball.
So for this guy here, when he says adopted father, that's someone else, right? I'm a little confused actually for one thing. I don't remember if this was addressed, but were they just spawned into existence as like adults? Because the Emperor created them, right? Oh, they were babies. Oh. Okay, so they were babies and they just got scattered across the worlds and they all grew up in different environments. Oh, okay. Accelerated growth rate. That makes sense. Could people instinctively tell that they were different from others? Because I know for people with blank genes, for example, you can instinctively tell that they're different and that makes you uncomfortable. I imagine there will be something similar for this where you can tell that they're going to be very powerful. 11 feet tall? That's after growing though, right? By the fact that they're 4 times the size of normal. Can you imagine if they gave birth natty and they weren't test tube babies? Primarch exude this aura around them. Usually there are 1 or 2 exceptions, but most were pretty obvious. Oh, 10 feet tall at 12. Angron killed several Eldars. Wow, you could do that? Is that because of their connection with the, what do you call it? With the warp? I'm sorry, I'm joking. Wrong hole. So were Primarchs also very intelligent? Like for example, in Yaxuk in the Neverland, right? Fuck, what's his name? Not Norman, the one with black hair. He remembers his time in the womb. He was fully conscious for that. And that's why he remembers like Isabel's humming, basically. Ray, yes, thank you. They absorb info and recall it. Whether they use it intelligently is hard to say. But is there like conscious thought? Primarchs are supposed to be super smart, but they act like idiots all the fucking time. Huh. Okay. So they are smart. I'm just kind of curious as to what like level of intelligence, because you can be smart, right? But applying your intelligence is a little different. You know what I mean? And there's like, you can learn things quickly, but maybe you don't actually have the same thought process, if that makes sense.
The boot heel of his own adopted father. When the Emperor arrived, some wanted to play a little bit of catch with their dad at first, and some didn't trust the baseball bat he was carrying, and some didn't want to play at all. Eventually, one by one, the Emperor returned his sons to his side to bring them back together as one happy family. A family who needed a good cleaning. Are you tired of boring old soap? Is your son the foulest being ever? Do your eyes sting when he comes near?
Chat, you stink this much? Question mark? Turbo and Magnus, for example, are probably the fastest in terms of sheer information absorption. Which ones are those ones? You do? You know, at least you're honest. If you want Primarch lore and their beginnings, I recommend A Starts Anonymous. Yeah, you'd have to write that in Discord or tomorrow. Otherwise, I will not remember it. I remember the information, but recommendations, I only remember some. Before someone asks, yeah, I'll read Divine and Light eventually. Or Light and Divine. Like streamer, like chat, as they say. Dude, I do not like showering. I shower twice a day. Okay, whatever, man. All you need to know is each Primarch has a thing they're great at and they're bad at. Except Sanguinius, who was excellent in literally everything. I'll take this all with a grain of salt.
Clean that man right back up with the power of Cheeky.
You could use code Bricky, maybe. Oh. I feel personally attacked
so
by this.
half his sons turned on him. After the Emperor was able to bring all of his sons back into the fold again, he sent them on their way with his end goal in mind, reclaiming the lost worlds of humanity. Each of his Primarchs fanned out across the galaxy to accomplish this goal, but the one they were expected to report to was his favored son, and the first one found, allegedly, which was Horus. Horus was granted the title of War Master, and he certainly lived up to Big E's expectations, which were very specific and set by Big E himself to all of his sons. However, either intentionally or not, the Emperor did not mention to his sons some of the more chaotic aspects of the galaxy. Horus himself, while in the process of reclaiming a more advanced human world, was informed of the existence of chaos gods, a factoid that Horus initially did not believe. To him, it was a bit unfathomable to think that his father would emit such significant information on the inner workings of the galaxy. However, he soon realized this was the truth, and this betrayal was unacceptable. With the astronomical weight put on his shoulders and his father immediately leaving it all in his hands, combined with the slow corruption of his mind by those closest to him, he began to change his tune. Horus began amassing a following behind his father's back with several other Primarchs and began to formulate plans to usurp him from his throne on Terra. While this was occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra, and that resulted.
Why is it? Is that Nurgle? Okay, question. Is there more lore later about why Big E might have, like, I guess, omitted this information? Because if I were him and I was going to omit it, it would probably be because I don't want him to be corrupted by chaos, right? I assume that would be the reason. Because if he tells him about chaos, then he'll think about chaos. And then isn't bad to even think about it. It's because the Emperor's ideas around chaos are stupid. I don't know what that means. He believed not knowing was defense against the truth. Okay, well, it's basically that then, from what I thought. People try to justify it after the fact that he himself doesn't explain. The very, very abridged version is that knowledge of chaos gives it power and that might tempt. So basically what I said.
In the shattering of a protective barrier between Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to assure that it would continue to function. Ultimately, half of the Primarchs would fall to chaos, and the remaining half would fight back viciously against their brothers. Horus eventually gained the upper hand and arrived in orbit above Terra itself, and after antagonizing his father enough,
wait, hold on a second.
Terra. While this was occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra, and that resulted in the shattering of a protective barrier between.
I assume Magnus the Red is the Primarch of, like, Red Space Marines. I don't remember Red though. 1,000 Suns? Oh, Magnus did a lot of wrong. What did he do wrong? They're blue now? Oh, Magnus was told to do nothing and he did it wrong. He did nothing wrong. Oh, so sorry, I'm trying to register this. So there were 3 red legions before. Red is blue now, and blue is by Robot Girly Man, right? No, he was one of the original ones, right? No, am I mistaken? More teal. Memes aside, Magnus was manipulated out of love to make a terrible mistake. Oh. He was told, don't use your psychic powers, and he used them. Yep. Your explanations are all shit, by the way. He sold his eye to Zeech, and when you guys explain details sometimes, it's things I wouldn't know about. I just want to let you know. Magnus tried to warn Big E about Horus, but Big E didn't tell him about his secret project, which was exploded when he tried to contact him. And was the secret project the errand that he sent Horus on, basically? Oh, the golden chair. Oh, okay. The, what's it called? Astronomicon? I think. Okay, I see. Each legion existed before its Primarch was found, but the Primarch changed and molded their individual legions over time. Oh, okay. Better than the Astronomicon. Okay, well, we'll continue.
Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to assure that it would continue to function. Ultimately, half of the primarchs would fall to chaos, and the remaining half would fight back viciously against their brothers. Horus eventually gained the upper hand and arrived in orbit above Terra itself, and after antagonizing his father enough, the Emperor temporarily removed himself from the throne, strategically putting his old friend there as a seat warmer, and went to confront Horus himself on the Vengeful Spirit, his flagship. The Emperor faced down his son, and after a heated battle and 64 novels, the Emperor managed to obliterate Horus on a subatomic level, but not before his favorite son was able to mortally wound the Emperor. As the dust settled and the traitors fled from Terra, the Emperor's body was dragged back onto the Golden Throne, where it sits permanently to assure that it continues to function. A corpse forced to constantly hold back the horrors of the warp and guide humanity with his pale light. And that light is flickering. From there, the remaining members of the traitors to the Emperor fled to their respective safe havens. These are the veterans of the Long War, the spiteful, and to them, the wronged. Those who would let the light is flickering. From there, the remaining members of the traitors to the Emperor fled to their respective safe havens. These are the veterans of the Long War.
So at this point, who would still be left? Horus is dead. He can't even be brought back from the warp. He's like done. And then there were what, like 12, 13 other primarchs with him that joined alongside the chaos. Most of the other chaos primarchs, plus a lot of the named lieutenants, 2 traitor primarchs and 2 loyal primarchs died. Horus, Ferus, Minas, Sanguinius, and Corvus Corax are dead. Oh, I see. Okay. So in today's lore, a good chunk are still alive. He was a hardcore atheist, and now he is considered a god, which is a sick joke. Yeah, I saw someone talking about that, and they were not happy about it.
And to them, the wronged. Those who would let the galaxy burn if it means the Imperium gets caught in the flames. These are the... And what are the achievements of your fragile Imperium? It is a corpse rotting slowly from within while maggots writhe in its belly. It was built with the toil of heroes and giants, and now it is inhabited by frightened weaklings to whom the glories of those times are half-forgotten legends. I have forgotten nothing, and my wisdom has expanded far beyond mere mortal frailties. The Horus Heresy saw the collapse of the Imperium as we knew it at the time, and half of the Space Marine legions fell to the ruinous powers. Though the favored son, War Master Horus, was killed and the rebellion ended, the heretical forces retreated to the warp and remain a constant threat to this day. The twisted reminder of what the
Those are the Nightwalker thingies, right? The ones that have the whole houses in them? I always get them mixed up with the other ones. Titans? These are the ones that were explicitly made for combat. The other ones were made originally for more domestic usages, and then they got repurposed, right? These are the ones specifically for combat. Okay.
Remain a constant threat to this day. The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the warp may bring, the Chaos Space Marines act as a mirror to the loyal legions, and as time progresses, their warp taint further changes them to suit the needs of their patron deity. Though marred and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably Space Marines in stature and shape, and according to them, they have never been more free. After the Heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very strict in their organization. And
if it seems like I'm not paying attention sometimes, it's because sometimes I'm trying to pick out from the art things I recognize, like in the background, like the different factions and stuff. I don't remember the yellow ones. I remember talking about them, but I don't remember the details. Those are Reaver Titans? Which, the yellow ones or the blue ones? Because these look different. Imperial Fists. Feasters. I have to you have to understand that even though I read fast, I'm the kind of person where I need to hear something like multiple times because I have an auditory processing issue for me to register what is happening. I'm curious, how would the average like the average good, or I guess like Imperium faction Space Marine face off in terms of power scale to a Chaos Space Marine, because Chaos Space Marines don't have the same limitations that regular Space Marines do culturally or religiously, right? So I imagine they can pursue a lot of different avenues to get stronger and enhance their bodies. Kind of 1-to-1. Depends on the author of the book you're reading. Oh, I guess that's fair enough. It's generally 1-to-1. Chaos Marines are more skilled. Regular Marines have better supplies usually. Oh. Actually, that's something I wonder about too. Is it ever explained the logistics of... Who's yelling? Uh-oh. Someone's in trouble. But is it ever explained the logistics of the Chaos faction getting supplies? I imagine a lot of it's pillaging. Like, they'll take over a world and then they'll take the supplies. They don't really have too much of their own. Okay, yeah. Mostly equal. It also depends if a Chaos Marine is empowered by a blessing of a Chaos God. Oh! And certain Chaos Marines are specific to certain Chaos Gods, right? Basic things like bolt rounds can be produced on a ship. Others pillage. Some have forge worlds. There's also dark mechanicum. Is that like AdMex except chaos? Pillaging, bargaining with gods. Since gods cannot be... Chaos gods cannot be in reality, and I know some people theorize that the Chaos gods, what they want is to become a part of reality outside the warp, right? What are the... Do we know any of the limitations regarding manifesting things in reality? Because clearly the Chaos gods can have some things manifested, otherwise they wouldn't have armies, right? But in terms of like, I don't know, like what if they just wanted like someone to do farm work? They want to eat reality? What would they get out of eating reality? I don't think that's confirmed, no? Usually manifesting in reality requires corrupting something physical or Terran reality. Oh, so it's something pre-existing, basically. Things can be bound to materials like weapons, where the bullets are, demons that fly back into the mag... Okay, that's sick as fuck. Yeah, it's like, I don't think it's confirmed what the Chaos God's goals are. Generally, it's hard to just manifest. They have to have someone open it. Oh, so it's kind of like a vampire needing permission to come into your house. They manifest by empowering their chosen. Recently, Khorne empowered Angron, and he broke a plan in one hit. That's nuts. Demons can be summoned, but powerful ones need active holes in the warp to power them. So is it just kind of like morphing? So are a lot of like higher demon lieutenants just already existing powerful people of like the Imperium, or maybe like, I don't know. Oh, you can't do Tyrannids because they have like such a hive mind, so they can't get into it, right? But like, or maybe like a Tau, where they're already strong and then they get corrupted and then they become even stronger just on Chaos side. Generally know they participate in the great game to become the strongest god and the one true Chaos god. Yeah, and people mention that Zeech wants to keep the game going, or at least theoretically wants to keep the game going. Have you played or plan on playing any Warhammer 40k Dawn war games? I don't know. I might be open to it, depending. I haven't done really much research into those. It's easy to summon the lesser ones, but to get the greater ones, you have to give more. That checks out. I do not want a god that does not reward me. Thanks, Will. Generally, Warp/Chaos ignores Tau because they have weak minuscule souls, so they're rarely noticed. Dude, my ego would be devastated. Oh yeah, it's unfortunate. I do like RTS games, especially they are billions, but I have to do them in small dosages. So like I might play like Total War, for example, but like it'd have to be every once in a while. It'd be unbelievable if they chose to include Age of Sigmar lore in 40k, but it would be so interesting, like the elven gods kicking Slanesh until they spit out all the elven souls. Oh, that's the new fantasy one, right? Okay, let's continue.
Their separation into separate chapters, they have never been more free. After the Heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very strict in their organization, and their separation into separate chapters with capped numbers and other formalities was done to prevent any form of heresy from happening again. The Chaos Space Marines are a bit different. Ultimately, these Marines are subject to the primary legions that fell to Chaos in the first place. The majority of these legions, the Black Legion, the Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and the Night Lords, are supporters of Chaos unto divided, either enjoying the powers of all chaos gods or sometimes shunning them altogether. But a few of them follow a very specific chaos god. Thousand Sons are followers of Tzeentch, the Death Guard follows Nurgle, Slaanesh has their claws in the Emperor's Children, and the World Eaters are avid followers of Khorne. From there, the legions themselves are separated into roaming war bands that may go under their own unique names or may stake a claim to one of the primary legions. Most of the gear and armor of a Chaos Space Marine remains the same, but stylistically it changes quite a bit to reflect the intention of the legion or their patron god. The Death Guard's armor has become rotted and full of
I love how thematic all the designs are.
Plague-filled boils. The World Eater's sharp and violent armor reflects their bloodthirst, and the chaotic noise of the Emperor's Children armor, nipple rings included, pleases Slaanesh greatly. Due to the taint of chaos, the armor itself becomes less about plating and more about a new skin for any given.
I just want to say real quick, if you can do whatever you want to modify yourself and you're still losing to people that have been doing like the same shit for how long and are reliant on old technology, that's a you issue. I just gotta say, that's a you issue, okay?
Chaos Space Marine. Though the Chaos Space Marines have no true fear of death or numbers diminishing, there are still major recruitment efforts for their legions. However, the conscription of these recruits is a lot more chaos-fueled and is more of a forced assimilation, and in some instances, breeding. The organ implementations and other modifications are the same, and the necessity of a gene seed remains the same, but the result is a hell of a lot different. Understanding Chaos Space Marines is a difficult exercise. If we took my original video 5 years back and looked at the Imperial Knights section, it mainly focuses on big stompy robots. Now that I understand more, I can discuss the Code Chivalric, throw mechanicum, squires, and monarchs, and bring some more context to it all. To assume Chaos Space Marines are simply the opposite side of Space Marines would be foolish, for once you understand the plight of their primarchs, it can provide a context always needed. Horus himself turned through an overwhelming weight on his shoulders and lies told by his father. But what of Angron? Angron lived as a slave gladiator for his planet's masters, who took Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain, so experiencing any emotion other than rage was agony for him. He finally leads a revolt for his fellow gladiators and frees himself from the confines of...
I'm trying to understand this image. Jesus Christ. Oh, I see. That's a helmet. Okay.
Servitude. The Emperor finds him and says he will take him home, but Angron refuses. He will fight with his friends against the tyranny of his slave owners to the last. At the final last stand with him and his closest friends, slave gladiators, all of them outnumbered and on the verge of death, the Emperor forcefully teleports Angron to his flagship and none of his compatriots, leaving Angron to live and watch all of his friends die. You kept that mule Corferon. Russ kept his kin friends. The Lion kept Luther. Humans, brothers, and foster fathers, saved and raised into Legion ranks. But not me. Not Angron, no. Did the Emperor teleport his gold-wrapped custodians down to help me in my army? No. Did he free the warhounds and order them to battle? Fight alongside me? No.
Lion is a robot girly man, right?
Did he save my brothers and sisters the way he spared and honored the Lion's kin? The way he honored Corferon? No, no, and no. No mercy for Angron. Angron the Oathbreaker. Angron the Betrayer.
No? The Primarch of the First Legion? Who? Hold on. Let me see. Lion is such a cool name, and then you see L. Johnson, and then it's not as cool. He does look very cool, though. His figurines are nice. What the heck? Lion's a douche who wanted to nuke the robot's planet with his mom on it.
Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy scrounging the dregs of a hive city.
Oh wait, sorry, real quick. He's not the... Angron isn't the one with the shitty adoptive dad, is he? That makes sense. Especially since they're all fighting one another, right, too? Because I remember being confused before, because I'm like, is Chaos kind of like just like this amorphous blob? But they still all have their own factions. Thank you, by the way.
plagued by constant visions of an assassin sent to murder
Oh, I thought he was like put
by
into
his
slavery
own
by
father.
like a father
Lorgar
figure.
was born on a world of chaos worshippers with abusive parents, and the Emperor decided the best way to reprimand him.
Let's go back a little.
No, no, and no. No mercy for Angron, Angron the Oathbreaker, Angron the Betrayer. Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy, scrounging the dregs of a hive city plagued by constant visions of an assassin sent to murder him by his own father. Lorgar was born on a world of chaos worshippers with abusive parents, and the Emperor decided the best way to reprimand him was destroy his holy city. The Emperor robbed Mortarion of vengeance and suppressed Magnus at every turn. The question isn't why the Primarchs rebelled. The question is, why didn't they sooner? To them, they are not the betrayers. They are the betrayed. They were under the boot of a golden tyrant, and they finally could be free from his heel. Of course, things have changed a lot since the Heresy, and the Primarchs of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used.
How much, like in general with the lore, right? How much did the Emperor actually fuck up? Like, I know he wasn't a good dad, right? He was not a good dad, but is it that black and white? Or was some of it misunderstandings? Because I feel like with Horus, maybe it was like misunderstanding, and that was a big fuck up pretty badly. Oh, so he low-key deserved it. He fucked up everything. He never stood a chance. He was fighting gods. Well, it depends on the writers. It's a narrative problem. For some, the Emperor saw them as tools, not as sons, so he treated him like that. I thought that was a general consensus for them. Yeah, because I'm like, it seemed like with Horus, it was somewhat of a misunderstanding, especially since that was his favorite son, quote unquote. But in general, he was just a shitty dad. I wish I knew how to read and pronounce a lot of these names. Cor Farron, the dude that was just mentioned. There's so many proper nouns, it's hard to keep track. As a father badly, as a ruler, it's still out, but the Imperium is not in a good spot, which stems from him being a bad dad, no? There's a theory that he knew the heresy was inevitable and tried to influence who would betray him. Do you mean influence who would betray him as in make them more likely to betray him and get them out of the running sooner because they were easier to deal with? Or influence who would betray him in the sense of trying to make them not betray him? It's possible that the Emperor could remove Angron's nails in the head to cure him from the pain, but chose not to because it could kill him. That's the thing that makes him feel agony from anything other than anger, right? Everything was focused on the crusade. He only went out of his way when his son started causing problems. Huh. I see. Okay. I'm kind of curious that he chose his favorite son then. Unless that was just something that backfired. I guess we don't know, right? The theory says Big E wanted the Lion to be loyal instead of Horus. There's just so many. I wish I had a list. Does anyone have a consolidated list of the Primarchs that is like, has a brief summary, beginner friendly? Take Angron, he knew about his, those are words.
To be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position of Demon Prince and act as a direct
Bricky does, yeah, but I wanted
their
like
god and their legion.
a list
However, due
that I
to
can
the
look at
nature of the transformation,
at a glance.
Orks of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used to be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position of Demon Prince and act as a direct connection between their god and their legion. However, due to the nature of the transformation and dedication to a particular chaos god, their actions tend
Who are we looking at right now in the background?
to be separate from their legion's actions. Fulgrim, for example, is so infatuated with being a demon prince of Slaanesh that he is at times far too focused on his own personal perfection as opposed to conquest and sitting around
Magnus?
like Frankfurter on his throne. Meanwhile, Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations of the Chaos Gods, Perturabo, was even made a demon prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction.
So Lorgar and Fulgrim and Magnus are still around?
For example, is so infatuated with being a demon prince of Slaanesh that he is at times far too focused on his own personal perfection as opposed to conquest and sitting around like Frankfurter on his throne. Meanwhile, Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations of the Chaos Gods, Perturabo, was even made a demon prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance
He's the one with
that
the
is
adoptive
represented
dad.
in them. Depending on which faction you follow, your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a high tally of kills for their patron deity, while others are there purely to destroy the Imperium who wronged them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest and conquer. There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely up to their warband. You have all walked different paths, but together we have come to the same destination. The Emperor has failed us. The Imperium has failed us all. It has failed us by the laxity of its laws, the decadence of its culture, and in the injustices heaped upon those of us who serve the most loyally. It has failed us by never recognizing our virtues, never rewarding us for the blood we shed and bringing about its ascendancy, and never providing unity when we needed it most. It has failed us by being flawed to its core, imperfect in its pursuit of a perfect culture, and in its weakness against the encroachment of Xenos breeds that seek to twist humanity to alien ends. And it has failed us, most of all, by being founded upon lies. The Imperium is forged by a dangerous deceit and erodes us all by demanding we sacrifice truth on the altar of necessity. This is an empire propagated by sin that deserves to die. And here on Istvan V, we begin the purge. From these ashes shall rise the new kingdom of mankind, an Imperium of justice, faith, and enlightenment. An Imperium heralded, commanded, and protected by the avatars of the gods themselves. An empire strong enough to stand through a future of blood and fire.
That's a surprisingly positive, I guess, description for it. Imperium of justice, of faith, and enlightenment. An Imperium heralded, commanded, and protected by the avatars of the gods themselves. An empire strong enough to stand through a future of blood and fire. Would this be Chaos Gods?
Naturally, however, as I have said before, Space Marines do not make up the bulk of the fighting force in the Imperium. So it would be ludicrous.
I kind of wish it had the who it was from at the bottom. Oh, that was before it all went to shit. Okay. They didn't know what chaos really was at this time. Horus truly believed he was making the world better, but was way off and declined rapidly. Oh, I see. No good deed goes unpunished. The issue is that the CSM do what the big E / Imperium do what the do cause do what the do because the big E / Imperium was awful, but they resorted to chaos, which made it worse. I see. So they picked the wrong method, basically. Magnus may have known, but not the details. And that's around the period when he was trying to contact them, right? Was that mentioned? Did I miss this? I feel like that's the first I've heard of that. Like, I knew that they were like used as tools, but I don't recall much about that specifically. Also, thank you. It was heavily hinted. That's what he did to the Thunder Warriors. Oh, the ones that came before the Space Marines. But I thought the Thunder Warriors were unstable, and that's why. He said in the first part, because it's implied that the Custies would wipe out the Astartes. God, there are so many proper nouns. Let me grab my notebook. To a number of Space Marines, it was believed that when they finished conquering the galaxy and building the Imperium, that they would be erased since it would no longer be needed. Wouldn't everything get erased at that point then? The Space Marines being killed off wasn't a set in stone thing, and part of why they were created was because of the Thunder Warriors' instabilities. Yeah, I didn't know that part of it was people thinking that they would just kill them off. But I don't understand. What is the point in killing them off? Actually, I can think of a couple of reasons of why why the Emperor might want to kill them off. It's dangerous to leave them alive because of things like this. If they were theoretically planned to be killed off. Like, if you're in power and you want to stay in power and you want to keep things peaceful, it's easier to consolidate that power rather than spread it out among various factions that could potentially start an uprising. Did you see my earlier post about their current status? Yes, I copy pasted it. Also, thank you, Helmus. I pinned it in the Warhammer channel. Sorry, I was looking on my other monitor. A lot of Space Marines felt that they were only weapons, and when a war ends, you tend to get rid of your weapons. However, lots of Space Marines had talents in other things besides war that could have been transitioned. Oh, that's true. Space Marines were also raised to be good governors and administrators, not just warriors. Calling them warriors misses that. I think that's, in a way, that's dangerous too, though. If they have both the physical power and experience combined with the ability to lead and, I guess, establish governance, that's dangerous. but I don't know. Some were just weapons like World Eaters. I don't know what that is. I know someone said earlier that, was it Angron? Got roided up and then one-shot a planet. I know it was someone who started with an A, I think. I remember because it was a time when Horus stopped giving speeches and started to speak to himself right before he started to talk to death people. Sometimes I pick out comments and I'm like, I don't know where we were. His lore does seem very sad though, but obviously I'm only hearing like a summary of it. Angron is the primarch of the World Eaters. Okay, when it says World Eaters, I have to ask, is in a sense part of this literal where like you can actually kind of take from the world, or is just World Eaters as in World Destroyer? I have to ask because there have been other instances where people have said like Star Eaters and that was literal. I think it'd be cool if it was literal. But that's why I ask, if you're wondering.
To not mention their dark cousins. The code chivalry is the sign of the power of the Imperial Knights. But what about the ruinous powers claimed during the Horus Heresy extended beyond just the Space Marines and the primarchs. Mars itself was subject to a revolution that saw half of them fall to chaos as well. And some of
Oh, so they are basically like chaos admechs, right? Because Mars is the planet that the Adeptus mechanicum are on, right? And then they made the treaty with the Imperium before, and that's why you have that crest that has both the Imperium of man and then the admechs on it, and then they have a bunch of Forge Worlds.
The once loyal knight houses saw themselves swearing fealty to the dark gods. The falling of these factions allows for the war machine of chaos to continue uninterrupted and to have firepower equal to that of the Imperium itself. The Dark Mechanicum, as the name suggests, is the chaos-affiliated branch of the Mechanicus, and have a lot more free reign, much like the freedoms of the Chaos Space Marines. The seeds of the Dark Mechanicum were planted fairly early due to some of the Mechanicum not really seeing the Emperor as the Omnissiah immediately, and Horus exploited this to allow the schism to happen a bit more naturally. Unlike their Imperial brothers, the Dark Mechanicum have the ability to invent and innovate.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What a concept. While also utilizing forbidden technology such as the Silica Animus or AI. The Dark Mechanicum do have their own desires to find lost technologies and put them to use, but they're more interested in taking ancient and forbidden technology from Imperial worlds and
how'd you not win yet?
Activating them for their own purposes. Because what good is a bunch of knob and tube wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible? However, instead of being clear-cut and more generalized creations, the inventions of the Dark Mechanicum are inherently tied with the warp and its demons. Genetic experimentation and modification, the fusion of man and machine are exceptionally common, and no creation.
Sorry, it's hard for me to like wrap my head around it because I know that there's a lot of infighting, right? I'm wondering where the the dark admechs are in this, because each Chaos Space Marine faction has their own loyalties, right, to whatever cause or Chaos God or Primarch, right? Because I know some are just for Chaos Incarnate, just like all Chaos. And then some are for their specific Primarch. But are the Dark Adeptus Mechanicum also as divided? I feel like they'd be a little more neutral. You know, kind of like a neutral trading hub kind of thing. Especially since they aren't super combat inclined. I'm sure he probably explains it more later, but just my thoughts. A big thing that the traitors lost when they left the Imperium was unity. They left the Imperium enjoying chaos, but they don't agree on how they should all act. I just thought it would be like a huge tipping scale, but I guess if your manufacturing cannot keep up with it, then it's like irrelevant.
Than the demon engines. Instead of regular tanks and vehicles, the demon engines are machines bound with the presence of demons to make them living war machines. Unlike the vehicles of the Imperial, where a mechanicus priest may be there to aid in its repair, a warpsmith sorcerer is there to essentially repair and irritate the
He's
demon engine
cool.
so that it can be a
I like
more
that one.
effective killing machine. In certain factions, like the bitter and siege-loving Iron Warriors, they will lure demons with the promise of glory and easy bloodletting, only to then forcibly trap them into these demonic engines to use as weapons of war against the Imperial.
Oh, are these like the
Some
bullets you
lesser
guys talked
gods,
about?
like Vashtor the Archifane, is also a contract and arms dealer for the demonic stuff that comes out of chaos. Many demons may sign a pact with Vashtor in the soul forges of the warp, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can.
I'm confused. Hold on. Oh, oopsie, sorry.
Into these demonic engines to use as weapons of war against the Imperium. Some lesser gods, like Vashtor the Archifane, is also a contract and arms dealer for the demonic stuff that comes out of chaos. Many demons may sign a pact with Vashtor in the soul forges of the warp, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can. Should they do so, excellent, you may keep it. Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity.
So when you sign like a contract with a lesser god, are you kind of, do you have like a non-compete? Like, can you not go and do that with other gods potentially? Or can you only do it with gods that have similar alignment? Like, I imagine for him, some similar in philosophy would be like Horn. Because it seems like everyone is pretty like loyal to their one. Depends on the contract. Yes, but no. Oh, okay. Playing Chaos AdMech and Black Crusade is some really hilarious and enjoyable. It's a really hilarious, enjoyable time, but again, I don't know what that is. Vesher is so cool, but he's just kind of there. Pick one or Chaos Undivided. That makes sense. He does look pretty cool. I like his little glowy eyes. You know what? He reminds me of like the haunted tree icon that I used to always use in League. Vashra doesn't care, but other gods might. You know what? I get the other gods. I'm also possessive.
In the soul forges of the warp, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can. Should they do so, excellent, you may keep it. Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity. That's what you signed with blood and oil. In
so
addition,
you have a blood
much
quota.
like their ties in the Loyalist realm, the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knight houses are deeply intertwined. There were, of course, many Knight houses that swore fealty and bent the knee to War Master Horus during the Heresy, but a good portion of them had no choice, as they were absorbed by warp storms and corrupted into compliance. Many of these Chaos Knights reflect the very early Dark Age technology Knights with more corrupted weapons. The Throw Mechanicum, which once had a noble sitting and taking control of generations of previous drivers and taming a beast, is now a saddle to a monstrosity.
I'm curious for the knights, how they get corrupted, because it's a mass, like it's a mass consciousness of like the entire, like all their ancestors, right? So the longer the history of like a knight, would that make it more difficult to corrupt or no? Because I feel like it's similar to almost like a hive mind. He explains a bit? Okay.
Of wrath and hatred. The nobles of the Chaos Knights fight to aggravate and bring the machine to their will while combating the corrupted minds of their fallen ancestors. Some of these nobles may do such a good job that they themselves fuse into the throne itself and become one with the knight. If a noble dies, no worries at all. Unlike the Imperial ones that require a pilot, a demon can hop into the cockpit and control it instead. The Night Worlds also see full corruption as well. Where there were once peasants, there are now cultists, and the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic as the gods they follow.
I mean, I guess the thing is, either way, even if they could resist the chaos completely, they probably wouldn't be allowed back into the Imperium anyways, just because it's so risky. So they probably be like shot on sight, basically, right? Thank you, Nori. That is very true. There's still a person inside, and any soul inside can be convinced. So back in the early 2010s, there were a handful of tabletop RPGs like D&D made by a company called Fantasy Flight Games that was set in the Warhammer 40k universe. The games are Dark Heresy, playing as Inquisitional. Oh, that's a new one. Rogue Traitor. Oh, so these were handed off elsewhere. Ooh! I think one thing that I really actually enjoy a ton about Warhammer that I don't really get to see much in other media is how much each, I guess, respective side, quote unquote, or like faction is explored. Obviously some more than others, but in general, you know? It's kind of like when you're playing Left 4 Dead 2 and you can play as the zombies.
Some are sent to war by the ruinous powers. Others may protect Dark Mechanicum Forge worlds, and others still may be so hyped up on the ruinous powers that they are just aimless and reckless, hoping to unravel the fabric of the universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility is still there with the Chaos Knight, but it's hardly the same as it is on the Imperial side. As opposed to a beautiful knightly stallion, the knights here are horrifying and unpredictable monstrosities, fueled in part by the agony of the memories of the ancestors trapped within. An invasion by a house of Chaos Knights is a horrifying thing. One might ask, how do knights enter the battlefield? Normally they can be deployed via dropships, the standard way, but Imperial Knights can be deployed with a drop keep, a gigantic knight keep.
Oh, this is what you guys said, you drop houses on people.
Hurtle towards the...
Don't the Sisters of Battle drop churches on people? Or am I misremembering? That's what I was told.
Surface like a drop pod and be slammed into the ground with an excessively thunderous crash. Then, massive drawbridges slam down, banners unfurl, and huge horns play the song of their people as these lumbering robots charge out of their, again, drop keep to fight for the...
Can you imagine the aura loss if you're coming out on like a Nightwalker and then someone does the drawbridge up by accident as you're doing it and you get slammed back in? I'd never recover.
Imperial. So imagine what a warp-fueled version of this could look like.
Crazy aura loss.
If you get the opportunity, you should kill yourself.
No!
Chaos Knights have such a presence, the warp fluctuates
Leave them
in their
alone.
tread. They bring doom, dread, and despair across the battlefield.
I will say they have a really cool design.
Overhead, and
I think so. It's a big ego boost. I'm just confused though. Actually, what do they do with it afterwards? Is it just for aura? Is it just like a morale thing? Also, thank you, Alexander. All the ancestor souls would have to end themselves again. Yes? Oh, they leave it. What is in those castles though? Do they ever, yeah, I was gonna say, do they use it as like a home base or like a base camp or something? It's a hard point on the battlefield. A keep is a big building with big guns. I'm trying to understand the scale of this because that must be incredibly massive because these things are huge, right? And then the castle housing multiple of them must be huge too. Actually, sorry, I don't know if I missed this, but do multiple like Chaos Knights come out of one castle? Or is it one castle per Chaos Knight? That would be like trapping a football stadium. You're gonna see, okay, a fan-made version fits 3 knights. The skill of 40k is think, fuck yeah, and you're halfway there. Honestly, that's how I feel sometimes when I'm trying to imagine it. I wish I had like a diagram illustrating the relative size of things. Like, you know when you see like a shark next to a human person? You know what I mean? Some are single, some are for entire armies. Oh, probably depends on the house. How much of their pre-existing heritage and I guess prestige and politics go into like transition with the culture of becoming a Chaos Knight? Is that talked about? Like, for example, if you had a beef with what I don't remember what house you mentioned before, like Thor, which is like a super prestigious house, right? And then you encounter like another house that also became a Chaos Knight. Does that get kind of amplified since now you don't have as many restrictions? Or what? They try to hold on to it since that's what ties into humanity and many want to keep that. Basically like a sense of self. Oh, Helmut's got a diagram. Imperator Titan. Hold on, let me save this. Thank you. Let me see if I can put this up on screen. Ah, there you go. Oh my, that's large. Oh my god. Sometimes I wish resizing was easier. Maybe there is a way and I'm just old and I don't know it. That's possible. Let's see. Okay. Holy moly. Is this all accurate? At least it's something. Hold on, let's see. Average baseline human, 1.7 meters. Adeptus, Astartes, after crossing Rubicon. I don't remember what these are. Warhound Titan, Reaver Titan, Castorus Knight. Then I thought knights were different from titans. I thought that knights were the ones that started to, they were thrown onto Forge Worlds and they had like certain lines of nobility and they were there to protect them. Questoris is standard. Okay, so a Chaos Knight would be whereabouts here? Like here? The one right above my head? Also be this one. Let's see, how big is that one again? Questoris, 85 meters. That's still huge, wow. Oh, I know that's up to here, sorry. It's 10 meters. Interesting, okay. 10 meters, what would that look like? If I was looking at something that was 10 meters. Pretty big. Pretty big. Yeah, about 2-story building, yeah. I was like, how big is my room? And I'm like, okay, my room's about 2 meters.
Psychic phenomenon cling to them. A Chaos Knight will arrive either in some warp debased platform or perhaps warp storms occur overhead and psychic phenomenon cling to them. A Chaos Knight will arrive either in some warp debased platform or perhaps a portal itself, or climb out of a pool of blood. As the air gets heavy, the enemy feels a crippling sense of paranoia and the sky begins to rain blood, acid, and God knows what else. The horrors of the warp have resulted in a dramatic change in technology in the favor of their forces. Though in practice, it is a horror beyond comprehension, their baseline desires don't seem that radical on paper. They are creative builders, working to innovate and improve technology while utilizing anything they can to
show me your
accomplish
house in
their
Minecraft
STEM
Chaos
goals.
Faction.
Looking at the dark forces of chaos and the Emperor now on his golden throne, humanity is fractured. The Emperor himself is the guiding light for warp travel for humanity, and in being that exists as a beacon for the entire species. Without him, things would get somehow worse. Therefore, he needs his protectors. Where a Thunder Warrior wasn't enough for his...
Question. For... You guys said that the Astronomicon was different from the Golden Throne, and what he was working on as a secret project when he sent Horus out to, I guess, like, get that planet was the Golden Throne. That was a secret project. And that was supposed to be like the human webway, which was supposed to be way better than the Astronomicon, right? So when he sits on the Golden Throne, is it called the Astronomicon because it's basically like an alpha version or like a beta version of the Golden Webway that he wanted to make? Am I misunderstanding this, or... Because I'm a little confused because I didn't really hear about that at all beforehand, I think. Unless I misremembered. Golden Throne powers the Astronomicon. His project at home was a webway so that nobody needed to use the Astronomicon anymore. Okay. So it's basically like he only got like this 1% of it finished. That was a very core part of it. And then he was gonna overwrite that later when he finished the project. But he didn't get the time to. Astronomicon is like a wife house, basically. The webway is a dimension separate from the warp. That's what the Eldar have, right? Or at least some of the Eldar. And that's in the Eldar webway. That's when they do the really, really fucked up shit. And they basically have to do more and more fucked up shit to please Slanesh. Astronomicon is powered by the throne. The Emperor was working on making a webway gate on Earth. So... would the webway gate basically be like where they would all migrate to, like all of humanity? How do you even work on that? Here's what the Eldar have. The Emperor wanted to hijack it and make it human only. Was the webway that the Emperor was working on based off that technology? I assume so, right? Like the Eldar technology? Astronomicon is a hollow mountain full of psychic amplifying tech and psyker choir. Golden Throne is a life support system. The Emperor projects his power into the mountain, basically. Oh, that's kind of like when I think we learned about it last time and re-explained, or at least I learned about it. Re-explained part 1, where when they're operating the ships, they have one psyker in the dream. Is it kind of like that? To like manifest reality so that they can navigate through the chaos? Oh, okay. The webway covers the entire galaxy. It's safe from a safe form of faster than light. Okay, I'm seeing some people say that the webway is another dimension, and then other people say that the webway is a form of travel. To me, these are two very different like things unless it's the equivalent of going above ground and then into the ground to dodge certain aspects of danger. It's complicated, it's both. Ah, my favorite. The webway is a maze like dimension between reality and the warp. So it's basically like a separate thing that they can go in and out of as they please. And if they wanted to get to point A on the galaxy from point B and they wanted to do that in a safe manner, they would use the webway to do it because that's free from chaos because it's a separate dimension that chaos doesn't have access to. Question mark? Is this correct? Travel because you move faster in the webway and the warp compared to regular space. Okay, so I'm not stupid. Thank you.
Armies, and half of his space marines turned traitor.
It's basically like getting on and off a train.
Are something else entirely. They are not the fallible Astartes, nor are they a nightmarish concoction of organs and indoctrination.
Can't believe they wanted to become like Protoss players, dude.
With science bordering on magic. They number 10,000 strong.
Sorry, I'm gonna go back real quick. So I have a pencil in my mouth.
Entirely. They are not the fallible Astartes, worse. Therefore, he needs his protectors. Where a Thunder Warrior wasn't enough for his armies, and half of his space marines turned traitor, the Emperor's personal bodyguards are something else entirely. They are not the fallible Astartes, nor are they a nightmarish concoction of organs and indoctrination. They are built and gene-crafted, with science bordering on magic. They number...
These are the ones where there's only like 10,000 of them, right? And they can... Oh, sorry, Bricky.
Strong, and each of them is a hero.
And they keep their numbers low. I have to show I'm remembering things, guys. I have to.
Rare is the battle where an emperor's custodians outnumber our foes. We are ever beset, surrounded upon all sides by heresy and foulness, just as is Terra itself. Yet, like the throne world, we stand resolute, indefatigable, indomitable. Let the enemy come. Let them darken the horizon with their numbers. Still, we will prevail. Though
I gotta say, I really love the Warhammer quotes, and they're really metal, don't get me wrong. But a lot of this is, my dick is so fucking huge, my dick is so big, my balls are so big, wow, my balls. And you know what? I do respect that, because I would do the same shit if I was them.
The Emperor sits rotting on the golden throne. His talons remain sharp. The talons of the Emperor was the name given to the most elite forces at his disposal. The left hand of his talons comes in the form of the Sisters of Silence, psychic blanks that scoured the galaxy to claim.
Sisters of Silence, yeah, these are the ones that don't get many units, right? They haven't gotten any new figures for a long time. What are they from? They're from the church, the ecclesiarchy? The same faction as the Sisters of Battles, right? Or Sisters of Battle? I think it's ecclesiarchy, something like that, I think.
Souls to fuel the Astronomicon in the form of the Great Tide.
No, they're not. They're separate. These ones are, what do you call it? They don't even, they take like a vow of silence, right? So they don't even, there's no chance of chaos corruption. I have played BL2, like, but I don't understand the comparison. As in Borderlands too, right? There's a very low chance of chaos corruption, but it has happened. Sisters of Silence appear in the miniseries, The Tithes, and a Horus Heresy trailer. Oh, they work with custodies. Oh, I see. I was misunderstanding. I misremembered this entire time. These are the anti-psyker specialists. Do these ones also have blank genes or something similar to blank genes? Because I know a lot of the ones that were dropped into like the assassin faction or whatever, they have varying level of blank genes, right? To the point that like some are... like those ones that go rabid basically, and they're just thrown onto the battlefield, and they're super conditioned from a young age. Yeah. Sorry, I almost dropped my stuff. Okay, so I know of let's see. I know that a lot of the ones with blank genes get sorted out from kind of like birth, and people feel very uncomfortable with them because all humans inherently have a connection to the warp, and they have a very faint one or like none, right? And the more separated you are, like I guess the stronger your blank genes are, the different categories I guess you get put into. Sisters of Silence take only female ones. I know there's the ones that go rabid, and I think there's one other one, like a male equivalent of like super anti-psychers, but I don't remember what they're called. And then I remember there were like I think there was like 4 to 6 factions he explained at the end of Explained. If you have a soul you're connected to the warp, blanks have like an inverse connection. Oh, Oh, interesting. I haven't seen it described as that. Collects assassins. Yes, that is what I meant. Thank you. I didn't remember the name.
Daily to keep the Emperor was the name given to the most elite forces at his disposal.
Sorry, I need to go back a little bit more. What was I thinking when I was thinking of ecclesiarchy then? Warhammer, ecclesiarchy. That's what I meant. Sorry. Oh, that is the Adeptus Ministorum. Okay. Why does everything have... Sorry, I feel like I'm playing like... What do you call it? It's like Honkai Star Rail where there's like a million proper names for everything. Hi, Mina! I know you. How was your stream? I think you were doing like a model kit, right? I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, Raiders. If you're new here, hi. I'm Mina's Genmate, your snarky guild leader here to bully you, and I'm currently doing a Warhammer Reacts to Re-Explained Part 2, and we are not through it. I ask a lot of questions. I ask very many questions, and I am a little bit slow to process things in terms of like I have auditory processing issues. So if I'm asking a lot of questions, it's because I'm interested and I want to clear up any confusion. Adeptus can be considered the equivalent to the US government of Department of... Oh, that makes sense. Okay. And we were talking about blank genes, basically, because I'm trying to remember, which Holmes has so graciously provided another diagram of the different factions of the... I guess where the blank genes would go. If I could save it... Where did I save it? Damn it, how do I always put it in the wrong one? I don't know why it defaults to that folder. Here. But also, guys, make sure to check out Mina's stream and give her some love. Bam. Okay, here we go. Adeptus Administratum. Officio Assassinorum. Okay, and then the Calidus, the Colexis, the Vindicare Temple. Eversor Temple. So which one is the crazy one? Which one is the sniper one? And then which one is the one that infiltrates for years and years? This is very straightforward. Let us all take a look at this diagram together, chat. This helps me. I'm a visual learner. Oh, heck. I put it on... Oh, I did put in the right one. You want that guy dead. So you want that guy dead would be the infiltrator one. You want that guy dead, but he's a psyker. That one is... I don't remember. You want that guy dead, but he has friends. You want that guy dead, but he's way over... These are the ones that the snipers camp out for like days and days, right? Vindicare Sniper, Eversor, Psycho, Calidus Infiltrator. Or maybe the Infiltrator. So this is the Infiltrator. This is the Psycho, I think, right? Because I remember asking about the masks, and I was like, is that their face or mask? And then the... So from left to right is Calidus, Colexis, Eversor, Vindicare. Calidus, this is the one that infiltrates certain organizations for years. I don't remember the distinction between these two. I know one is super psycho, and they basically go batshit on the battlefield. And then this one is just a dude that camps. He's got friends, you send him the psycho. Oh, because I remember asking about this, and I was like, you only want to deploy one at a time, right? Because in case of friendly fire. So what is the second one? That's like a mild version of the other one. I think Bricky mentioned a hacker and a poison one now too. Are those new? Hold on, let me scroll up for a moment. Oh, I lost it. Sometimes they work in groups if you really want that guy dead. It's rare though. Second one is super blanks. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get a handle on it again because I got very confused last time. Eversor is like a smart bomb. You throw him into a place expecting him to go on a rampage and then self-detonate. Oh yeah, I remember this too because I was like, are they expected to die every single time, or is it just like an emergency kind of button in case they crash out too much? From Horus Heresy, the game. Oh.
And resolute, indefatigable, indomitable. Let the enemy come. Let them darken the horizon with their numbers. Still,
I thought there was only one temple.
Though the Emperor sits rotting on the golden throne, his talons remain sharp. The Talons of the Emperor was the name given to the most elite forces at his disposal. The left hand of his talons comes in the form of the Sisters of Silence, psychic blanks that scour the galaxy to claim souls to fuel the Astronomicon in the form of the Great Tithe. 1,000 psychers sacrificed daily to keep the Emperor of Mankind alive, dragged into the black ships of the Silent Sisterhood. The right hand of the Emperor's protectorate, his golden bodyguards that serve him and only him. These are the Custodians. While the members of the Space Marines went out to take back the galaxy, the Legio Custodes stood back and kept a close watch over the Emperor himself. The Custodes are, in a sense, similar to Space Marines in that they are genetically modified super soldiers clad in power armor.
Say it right.
But that is where the similarities stop. Their genetic makeup seems to be made from the Emperor himself, or at least something quite close. And the precision of their creation predates the development of the Space Marines and even the primarchs. Unlike Space Marine recruitment, where there's a process undertaken when a subject is at least somewhat grown, a Custodian's process begins at infancy. The methods in which they are made are a secret, but what is known is that at the very beginning, each Custodian was made by the Emperor himself. Regardless of the bioalchemical process, the process is exceptionally long and grueling, and only a handful of selected aspirants make it to the end. Those that do are clad in the most regal and effective armor in the—
Oh, interesting, because like from the previous explanations, I did not realize that the custodies actually went through kind of their own trial process. I thought that they were just spawned into into existence and created by the Emperor or by other custodies when necessary, because they keep their numbers low. But I didn't know that they could actually fail becoming custodies, basically. What happens if they fail? Do they just get killed off? I feel like they would probably get killed off because it's dangerous to leave something like that is imperfect alive. One crazy thing is that the custodies each year have some kind of game where they bring ex-enemy or enemies to test their battle plans. Oh, I remember this because I was asking how, because they stay there for like hundreds of years, sometimes not moving, right? I was asking how they stay sharp and maintain their muscle mass. And then you guys were like, oh yeah, sometimes they go out on like missions and like do blood games and stuff. Which I think valid question. How are you maintaining that muscle mass if you're not, you know, working out or like eating, or I guess like keep your senses sharp? Big E was good at eugenics and the custodies were his magnum opus. They can retire? Really? They don't need to work out because lore.
The Imperial. Commonly, a custodian is seen carrying a guardian spear, an utterly yoked up version of the stabs the Praetorian guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had. They are all yoked to make it to the end. Those that do are clad in the most regal and effective armor in the Imperial. Commonly, a custodian is seen carrying a guardian spear, an utterly yoked up version of the stabs the Praetorian guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had. They are also clad with specific shields and blades, but the most interesting thing with all of their gear is that due to the meticulous and dedicated maintenance and preservation of their armor and gear, these items are the same ones they used 10,000 years ago. The custodians do not age biologically, so some of the veterans in the guard may be several thousand years old. And unlike the Space Marines, they fight entirely as a solo force. When a line of custodians is holding back waves of enemies, they operate independently. There are no battle formations.
The equipment for custodies is super expensive, right? Like the price of like maybe like a planet. Angron killed several, and all the primarchs can kill custodies pretty easily. Oh, and that's part of like the reason why they keep their numbers low.
There are no squad tactics. Each custodian is the main character, trailed by serfs and servitors, tasked entirely to reload their weapons. They fight with a—
Sorry, this fucking reminded me. Hold on. So let's look at this. This is what I thought of immediately. I thought of Pugsley from Addams Family. I don't know why, it's just so in my head, dude. It's fucking Pugsley. Custodians are Amaya and her modsers.
Singular purpose, if not action.
Low-key a little
Groups of
bit.
custodians will dispatch enemy after enemy, their spears coming within inches of each other, but never close enough for a killing blow.
Yeah, because that would be gay.
Strikes are intentionally defensive, allowing their opponents to attack 1 to 2 times before parrying and ending their lives. Each strike deflected is an opportunity to know their enemy more and learn from their patterns.
Interesting.
They are truly the Emperor's bodyguards, masters of close combat, enemy knowledge, and reactions measured in milliseconds. Though the custodians are a part of the Adeptus Terra, the members of the Guard only answer to their own leadership and the Emperor himself. The leader of the custodians is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within.
How do you see Pugsley and not Uncle Fester? Because it was a short, chubby-looking dude. Okay, I have to ask, why is there so much emphasis on melee combat? Realistically speaking, right? I feel like Hammer of Dawn shit would be more effective half the time. So how come that isn't utilized more? I'm not saying it isn't utilized at all. Is it just tabletop fun? Because board game? Okay, that makes sense. I thought there would be more stuff in lore about it. Well, I mean, for tabletop, couldn't you just be like, oh, you're X amount of centimeters away, so you're in range, and then have a damage fall off? It can't get that much more complicated, right? I once heard the excuse that armor tech is more advanced than weapon tech, but that's a pretty weak argument. I mean, didn't they have that knife that they discovered an old blueprint for? And that knife made Space Marines like way more efficient. Because it made it slightly lighter. Rule of cool. Okay, fair enough. So to appeal to your weeb side of things, honestly, the Fate series is responsible for 2 paint schemes I've used for armies. Gilgamesh from Fate Zero's scheme. Dude, I kind of wanted to get into Fate, but I don't have that level of self-loathing yet.
The Imperial Palace. The Tower of Hegemon serves as their primary base of operations, but their is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of custodians are overseen. Of the custodians only answer to their own leadership and the Emperor himself. The leader of the custodians is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within the Imperial Palace. The Tower of Hegemon serves as their primary base of operations, but there is a dedicated elite guard of custodians known as the Companions that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's side. In total, the custodians
Those are the
10
dedicated
additions,
guards.
but there is a dedicated elite guard of custodians known as the Companions that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's side. In total, the custodians are 10,000 strong, and when a member retires, their name is added to the Hall of Name and vanish across the galaxy in a cloaked disguise to serve as eyes and ears for the Imperial.
So it's not true retirement. Huh. Anything that cannot be won with a bigger army / gun / explosion is usually justified in universe, as we can't hit that place too hard because there's assets in there that we cannot lose to collateral. Oh.
Despite their numbers and their strength, the members of the custodians
Yeah, because
do
I think it
not
doesn't make
consider
sense for them to
themselves
retire.
be soldiers or warriors in any way. They see themselves strictly as the guardians of the Emperor in all facets of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too. Their gains are both physical and literary. They are the protectorates of everything the Emperor stood for, and in doing so, the custodians are also artisans and scholars.
Okay, do you think that since some people have a theory that the Emperor knew 13 of his sons were going to betray him, so he kind of steered which ones would betray him, right? That's the theory. That when he was making the custodies too, he I don't know if this is possible. I feel like anything is possible here, right? But since the primarchs, for example, their space marines tend to follow their values, right? Did he make it so that his values specifically were more heavily implemented into custodies, or like an inherent love of him, or like affection for him rather? I I think Bricky mentions that cussies are really good at killing space marines. Oh. The custodians were his friends. He made them that way. They're trained to be like that. I'm not sure how much of this is conditioning versus what is inherent. You know what I mean? Custodies have remarked on how suspiciously easy killing Astartes was for them. Who was Astartes again? I know they were mentioned a couple times. Was that one of the chaos thingies? Oh, Space Marine's fancy name. Oh! I love having proper nouns for everything. Okay. Custodies were made with borderline alchemy, not genetics. They were made perfect for him. Anything else is mass production, not as meticulous. Since it's mentioned that custodies can make other ones, but they don't. Is there anything about the slight differences that maybe an original custody would have versus one that was made by another? Or are they all the same in quality? Otherwise, they don't get to exist. Custody's loyalty seems to be built into them, as none of them have ever betrayed or even contemplated doing so. See, that's what I feel too, because I'm like, something is inherently different about them. And I think the fact that it's so secret too is like, I feel like Cussies probably have more knowledge of perhaps the Emperor's long-term plans, and that's part of why they're more passive, I guess. If that makes sense. That's my theory though. Astra Militarum, Imperial Guard, Adeptus Astartes, Space Marines, Adeptus Cerritos, Sisters of Battle. Okay. Constantin Valdor is heavily implied to be a unique custodies. He's capable of abstract and independent thought and will that others are not. Were they previously mentioned or no? They've also kept close to home. They're also kept close to home, so they have access to the primary sources. Alpha and Warden, the Legends of Yore myth. I wonder, okay, this is my bullshittery, okay? What if there's something in the custody's brain that like makes them inherently attached to the Emperor, but also as they stay within his radius, they're more loyal. You know, like it's a proximity thing. You know what I mean? Have we heard back from any custodies that retired and then maybe they found something as they were exploring the galaxy or no? I put way too much mustard on that. Jesus Christ. Oh no, I don't want to eat it, but I have to eat it because it's wasting food, and wasting food's bad. Arnold was a Captain General of the Custodies during Horus Heresy. Okay. But there's nothing proximity related that we know of. There could be something, right? One reported Tyrannids. That's it. So he was the original one during the Horus Heresy, the Captain General. And then below the Captain General for each squad is the Captain something. I don't know. I love Amaya inventing more interesting lore than Warhammer has. I doubt that. It's super interesting. Unfortunately, I'm not that creative. But I will say it's like an amalgamation of many thoughts. You know? It's like when you do a beta test for a game and you think something is like basic knowledge or like a basic quality of life feature and it's not there. And then you realize how many, or like how important it is to have different eyes on things, even if someone is super knowledgeable. Chaos managed to corrupt some custodies in the Siege of Terra at the end when they boarded the Horus ship. Oh, so that was when the Emperor was fighting Horus, right? I'm picky. I don't want to eat it. I don't like it. It's gross. I mean, it was cheap though. It was like 8 sandwiches for $16. Okay, it was more like 6. But still, that's super cheap. So, yeah.
In addition to being the golden guard of the golden throne.
Right?
However,
and that's Canadian dollars, by the way, because I'm Canadian.
They have a very strong view when
I'll eat it. I just won't be happy about it.
Primarchs.
Sorry.
The Emperor himself of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too.
What is this vehicle? I've never seen this vehicle mentioned. Crazy Sparrow, dude.
Gains are both physical and literary. They are the protectorates of everything the Emperor stood for, and in doing so, the custodians are also artisans and scholars, in addition to being the golden guard of the golden throne. However, due to this nature of being protectorates, they have a very strong view when it comes to the Space Marines and the primarchs. The Emperor himself had insinuated many times that once the galaxy was brought to heel, that there would be no need for the Space Marines anymore, and they were to go the same way that the Thunder Warriors went before them. The Custodians were meant to be the judge, jury, and executioner of this will. And are
so this is part of the reason for the
designed
theory.
Not only to be able to take down Space Marine with ease, but to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Primarch as well. During the Heresy, the Custodians mused on how suspiciously easy it was to kill Chaos Space Marines, as if they were trained and made for that explicit purpose. Constantine Valdor, one of the closest advisors of the Emperor, was asked if he ever disagreed with
Captain
BD
General
on something, and he said once, with the formation of the Primarchs.
I feel I do my best, but they don't.
Let me ask you a very fair question. What do you do successfully? Quickly.
That's Lorgar, right? Or Lorgar? Lorgar? The one with abusive dads? Wait, who's that? That's Salamander's dude? That's Angor?
I hate that every time we're in Untucked, the conversations are about me.
And besides the trained distrust for Space Marines, the Custodians also have evidence for their distrust.
Wait, which one is... Hold on. Who's that one? Oh, are these the jungle ones? Let's watch this again.
The Emperor was asked if he ever disagreed with BG on something. And he said once, with the formation
I remember
of the
most of them.
Primarchs.
I feel I do my best, but they don't.
Let me ask you a very fair question. What do you do successfully? Quickly.
Why am I not knowing?
I hate that every time we're in Untucked, the conversations are about me.
And besides the trained distrust for Space Marines, the Custodians also have evidence for their distrust. The Horus Heresy saw half of the chapters fall to chaos and turn traitor against the Emperor. In the mind of a Custodian, the fact that half of the Space Marines fell before means that the other half can fall with ease. They are fully capable of wiping out literally any force put against them. And in a sense,
Would, I don't remember. Shoot. The Grey Knights are like the Space Marines on roids, right? But they're like very, very resistant to chaos. How does how do the Custodies feel about the Grey Knights? Because they're like Giga Space Marine Chads, right? They hate them. Hate them more than regular Space Marines? Or... I guess because they're kind of assholes, right? Space Marine is a Space Marine to them. Okay, that makes sense.
The final representation of the golden age of terror. However, they are forced to stand in silent and blind service to the Emperor and to the ill of the Imperial. And they, for 10,000 years, have stood vigil over the Imperium and have watched its rise and fall with the inability to do anything about it. While they do go out and fight some battles here and there, at the end of the day, the vastness of the Imperium means that the closest advisors to the Emperor himself are powerless to make any change. But goddamn, can they kill a Space Marine? For 100 years, I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue, but always ready, always attuned to dangers.
I think we heard this quote before.
Days, months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within, little moved and nothing changed. For 100 years, I did not but wait, yet had any threat appeared, I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years, I stood my watch, and as it ends, I can tell you this: patience is a weapon. Of course, a threat directly to Terra itself would appear to be something foolish. It's in the deepest parts of Imperial space and is one of the most defended bastions in the galaxy. You'd truly have to be foolhardy or insane to think that you can take on Terra itself. However,
Yo, question. Maybe this is a stupid question, but is Warhammer based in our future of this, like our current world universe? Or is it... Okay, so it is. It's not a parallel, right? not, it's not like an alternate one. So the Earth here that they have, the Terra here, is our current Earth that we are on. Right? Okay, direct future. Ah, I see, I see.
Factions certainly got close in the dark ages of the stars and in a river.
Oh my god, guys, if I was born a little later, just maybe, I don't know, like 38,000 years later, I could have been corpse starch for someone. Don't let your dreams be memes. Just live a long time. Preserve your ashes. No? You could be delicious seasoning.
Of misery, there is one faction having a crackin' old time. The galaxy sees them as savages, yet they have already figured out the questions of the universe. Their numbers are uncountable, their technology incomprehensible, and yet their violence is so very green. I am, of course, talking about the The Orks are the pinnacle of creation. For them, the great struggle is won. They have evolved a society which knows no stress or angst. Who are we to judge them? We Eldar who have failed, or the humans on the road to ruin in their turn? And why? Because we saw answers to questions that an Ork wouldn't even bother to ask. We see a culture that is strong and despise it as crude.
Yo, so that Ork that went back in time to kill himself so he could get another, if he realized that that was like illogical, would he just instantly die or what? Because it's like a paradox, right? I'm getting into real. I mean, true, but like those ones that. No, I'm saying theoretically, because remember when those other Orks were in the ship and they're like, "Hey, how are you breathing without a helmet?" And then they all started suffocating. Would it be like that? I want to know, though. I'm so curious. Thanks, Silas. I just read this. If Amaya was alone in her room and it's hard of hearing, and she farted, did it make a sound? I'm not gonna lie, with the way my body has been functioning lately, there's no way I would not hear myself let one rip. Something is not right with me, dude. Mentally or physically. It's like if you fart, it needs to remind you, yeah, you should probably see a doctor. But fuck no, I'm not waiting like 4 hours to see a doctor that's gonna make me wait another hour in the little clinic room, okay? Amaya would only graduate to the Adeptus Serratus, and that's because being around muscled armored muscle mommies. I mean, I wouldn't hate it. Certainly, you can debate yes to the question, but they don't have self-awareness. I know, but like someone could theoretically make them realize by accident, similarly to the other one. Do you think an Ork understands time to begin with? I don't know. I kind of want to. Is there a novel where someone just tries to teach an Ork things? But you would have to do it en masse, right? Because part of the reason why these things can even happen and why they can believe these things is because it's a mass belief, and that powers it kind of. If you live alone and hear a random fart, that's worrying. Has anyone ever watched that episode of CSI a long time ago where this dude or this old lady had some dude, Squeegel, living in her house eating oranges like under the bed and in like the attic and stuff because he wanted to like deliver some vigilante justice, and he was in like a skin tight leather suit all the way like full body? Has anyone seen this? This is like a core memory for me. This one particular episode of CSI. You can look it up. Squeegel's really gross looking. There's a meme about Orks learning to read, but then they get depressed and ... Wow. But do they have like hieroglyphs then? Or like, I guess like pictographs rather? There's one where the guardsmen are pinned in amolus, so they start throwing rocks and going kaboom, and the Orks are thinking it's real and start dying. I heard about that one before. So only one Ork has self-awareness, and that's Thraka, who he realizes that he is tantamount to being a teenager in charge of a bunch of 4 to 5-year-olds all strung out on Fent and sugar. That's a hilarious description, Stone Mage. They have sigils. Okay. Does this mean... So are their sigils also an extension of orc magic? I assume so, right? There has to be some orc who is like, I touch sigil, it go fireball. Sigil fireball. Right? Or something like that.
During the war in heaven, the old ones were doing their best to spawn as many combatants to their cause as possible.
Oh yeah, the Eldar were also by the old... Wait, were the Eldar by the old ones or by the Catan to fight the Necrons? I don't remember.
The Eldar
I thought they were
made
by the old
to
ones.
be a precise and tactical
Okay, so they were the old
species
ones.
to fight off the Catan and the Necrons. But another prominent species was made by them as well. The Krork were warriors clad in ornate armor with more dangerous weaponry. However, things changed, and these warriors changed, and the Krork are no more. They are now known as the boys, the lads, the mates, the orcs, 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 orcs. An orc in 40k looks like an orc in most other fantasy media. Hulking, warlike monstrosities with big teeth and worse attitudes. However, unlike the more Tolkien-esque forms of these creatures, the devastating nature of the orcs is in their biology. Unlike most species in the galaxy, the orcs are actually a type of fungus. This fungus itself comes in various forms.
Chat?
The small goblin-like Gretchen and Snotlings are a part of this fungal ecosystem as well, and also the squigs, which can be used for basically anything. But regardless of what is a part
They
of the
definitely
fungal
throw those
system,
at people.
all of them are born from spores that land on the ground and grow. As they travel around the galaxy, they drop spores literally everywhere, and then an orc dies, and they drop tons of fungal spores that allows for their numbers to be...
I know this is really random, but I just think of the drug empire that orcs could have. They could literally start to think that dirt en masse is like drugs. And then they could deal it. But I feel like they'd accidentally think like one person would be like, yo, will we get high off of that? And then they get like high en masse as a species. No, but like think about it though. And like it affects other people too, right? For what do you call it? Later, Desi. Why get high on drugs when you can get high on war? Hey, you could have both. I don't know how the orc economy works, you know, if they really have one. Maybe think he's a hell diver. Is that how it is? No, but I thought that there was like some instances of it actually changing reality if enough of them believe it. Like red, go fast. And it affects other people. Because I remember asking about this. They do teeth as their currency? Oh, that makes sense for a warmongering race. They use their teeth or teeth if you're a boy. Or teeth if you're... Teeth. Can you say... If you don't have teeth, can you even say... No, you can't. I don't think. Did you know Warhammer created the orc is green? I think I had a stroke. Thanks. The bad moons are the richest orcs with the best tech because their teeth grow faster. Oh, their teeth grow back? You just punch a smaller orc and take their teeth. Oh, I see. I thought it would be like they take their enemy's teeth. So, question then. Are certain species worth, like their teeth worth more? Why is that so funny to me? In Warhammer Fantasy, the equivalent of Dark Elf, Darth Vader turned an orc around by telling the warboss, "You are the best, but that guy in another continent think he the best." That's so fucking funny. Thanks, homie. Tyrannid teeth are $100 bills. See, I was thinking that too, because I'm like, I imagine Tyrannid teeth would be worth a ton, right? Their teeth are a balanced economy. They grow causing inflation and rot, causing a shrink of money supply. Good economics. Question then. So, since teeth get smaller as they rot, right? And they break down, are new teeth, shinier teeth, more valuable than older teeth? Or no? If you have a bank and you're an orc, are the people that operate the bank tooth fairies? Or are they dentists? If you put your teeth in the bank, are they a dentist? Because orc take the other orc teeth. To the United Bank of I I mean, I swear other people have thought about that, right? Your mouth is the bank? No, your mouth is like a pocket. Or your wallet. Your mouth is your wallet. Low key. Do they even have do they even have things? Orcs call them pain dogs. Are you being serious or are you fucking with me? The bigger the shaper and shaper, huh? Shaper? So is there a specific ideal size then? Wait a second. Is there a specific ideal size and shape? I will tell you, there is. No, they operate on nonsense. Bigger is better. Simple best. Simple good. Some orc war bosses keep some bad moon orcs around so they can punch them in the face to get teeth. They're like wallets to them. They're like little piggy banks. Oh my gosh. Orcs are size queen confirmed. I mean, these are the important questions I ask for your guys' entertainment. You're welcome. This is how Amaya's brain works.
Orcs are not from spores that land on the ground and grow.
Yes, they're
As they
fungal
travel
spores.
around the galaxy, they drop spores literally everywhere. And then an orc dies, and they drop tons of fungal spores that allows for their numbers to be replenished over a period of time. Because of this, orcs are not only extremely prominent across the galaxy, but they are exceptionally resilient due to their growing cycle. Even if one orc lands on a planet, it will be nearly impossible to get rid of all of the orc presence unless the planet itself is completely destroyed. And even then, they might find a way to survive. Due to their fungal nature, orcs don't really stop growing. And the more long-lived an orc is, the bigger they get. And the more an orc fights, the bigger they get.
Hold on a second. If orcs... I'm surprised this hasn't happened because I feel like this is something an orc could easily think of. But like, I don't know how the spores for orcs are, right? But theoretically, because even in Space Marine too, you see it, right? Like the spores that are poisonous or harmful or whatever, right? I'm surprised that orcs don't see that from like actual, I guess, plant fungal, right? Think is where you've already lost them. Yeah, but it's not like they haven't had thoughts, right? No, but hear me out. Listen. I'm saying I'm surprised they haven't had a bunch of orcs see poisonous spores and then go, huh, that looked like how we be created when we make spore. And then they're like, oh my god, we the same? And then slowly become poisonous spores. I feel like this could have happened. You know? There have been like 10 orcs that could actually rethink the entire 40k universe. That many? That's a lot. Like a child doesn't have consciousness until 3 or 4. So they don't do any thoughts at all? That's the way you guys are describing it, but I feel like you're exaggerating. Amaya, what's your favorite faction and why is it orcs? I mean, okay, after all this, right? Hold on. Where is it? After all this, who do you guys think my favorite faction is? Huh? I'm curious as to who you think it is. Oh, we're 30 minutes in. You're welcome for the content. Okay, I would still say it's probably like Imperium of Man and Admex. I do like the Admex a lot. But I think all the factions are cool. I will say it's what do you call it? What is the word? I do like the salamanders too. I like that they're a little more nuanced. It'll be the Tau. What do you think I am? A weeb? Mina. They're Imperial Guard too. They're just dudes. They're just chill dudes. You should look at the Lamenters. They're literally you. Really? What makes you say this? Lamenters. Chat, is this true? Lamenters, 40k. Are these people sad to be alive? It's literally a heart with a teardrop, dude. Their mutation is literally bad RNG. Oh wait, that does sound like me. Sanguinius? Oh shit. Do I get the Twinkie one? The pretty boy? The Lamenters get screwed over for being good? Yeah, never mind. I'm not even gonna bother looking up. I know it's me. I know it's me. It's
of course,
true.
Since they're constantly getting into scraps, and orcs like
I don't take offense to it, guys. My body fucked up. My brain fucked up. Like, I was saying this earlier, but I was in the washroom brushing my teeth earlier today. I turned around. My knee cracks. I turn around again. My knee cracks again. I stand still for a second, waiting in silence to hear my knee crack again. I'm like, I turn around. It cracks again! Like, I can hear the clicking of my knees. Like, actually, dude. It's okay, Amaya. You'll still make a fine servitor. No! I would rather be corpse starch than a servitor, dude. Orcs who have average intelligence or better, Twitch chat. But again, their instincts are pretty much about getting into fights and making daka. So most of them really think past that. The Lamenters like always lose and die and weep, but they are brave. I do have chronic bad RNG. Be here for more than Warhammer and you'll understand. It's true. I have very, very bad RNG. It's kind of crazy. Unfortunately. One of the saddest stories involving them was literally a dreadnought of their chapter thinking he was the last living one. He was a Death Watch to boot. In the Death Watch to boot. So orcs are basically not having an internal monologue to 1,000. Also, thank you, homie. I thought that was like kind of like the average experience though, so I made everyone was fucking bad. They do the good thing and lose 50% of their forces behind it. Wow. How relatable. The Mlenter symbols are also a pain in the ass to paint, so have fun with your new army. What if I told you I actually did get some things? Could you guys guess what I might have gotten? Well, I don't know if they're still in stock, but yeah. I can't imagine that. Just like living everything by instinct. A tank? Nar. Combat patrol marines? Nar. I forgot what I was going to say, dang it. Oh yeah, no, like my RNG is like hilariously bad. Like I remember 1 month where like 3 people died and I was like, oh, okay. And I think I also got cheated on that same month. So I was like, well, I wonder what the likelihood of this is realistically. It's actually hilarious how bad it is. You kind of just move on. I'm curious to learn more about the Lamenters though, because I don't see anything about them here. Maybe it's elsewhere. Are they newer or no? Guys, I'm not saying this for pity. I think it's funny. You can laugh at it. It's actually fucking funny. Like, genuinely. But like, I haven't heard of the Lamenters at all. They're a chapter, not a legion? What's it? They're a chapter of Space Marines. They're a specific subfaction too detailed to be here. Oh, I see. Since they're yellow, are they part of the Imperial Fists? Or no? Is that racist? Mad old and more niche. The more niche it is, the more I kind of want to... Oh, because they're sanguinious, so that's why they're blood angels. That makes sense. I forgot about that. Pretty racist, my bad. Save your Google Doc for after the stream gets pushed in the algorithm. They were part of the Curse founding, which used to be more important back in the day. Lamenters would be the kind of folks to do a gacha pull, get nothing but the worst draws, and then get banned from the game to be cheated. That's funny as fuck.
Lifespan isn't necessarily that long. So
don't be more racist, guys. Racism's bad.
Though alongside this,
let's go back.
Unless the planet itself is completely destroyed, and even then, they might find a way to survive.
Thank you, Nemo.
Due to their fungal nature, orcs don't really stop growing and the more long-lived an orc is, the bigger they get, and the more an orc fights, the bigger they get. Of course, since they're constantly getting into scraps, an orc's lifespan isn't necessarily that long, so the bigger orcs are harder to find. Though alongside this, however, they are a tribe-based species that is comprised of warbands, and the biggest and the strongest orc leads the warband.
Wait, does this mean that theoretically then an orc could grow to be the size of a planet since they never stop growing? Or like, I know it's unlikely, but like theoretically, since as long as they survive and they keep killing shit, couldn't they grow to be the size of a planet? Orcs could evolve back to their former Quark forms. No, but like, if it didn't die. There was a Titan-sized orc that fought the Emperor. Wow! Titan-sized. Imperator Titan. Warlord Titan. Witch Titan. Warhound Titan is 20 meters. Reaver Titan, 35 meters. Warlord Titan's around 50 meters. Imperator Titan, around 95 meters. Theoretically, but it would run out of things to fight, so it might stop growing past the Titan size. Do they need to eat? Do they know they need... Well, I guess if they don't know they need to eat, then they don't need to eat. After the Horus Heresy, the legions were dismantled into smaller chapters and have been hundreds of chapters. This was to prevent something like that happening again, right? I think that was stated earlier in the video. They do eat? They said that there is a human blessed by Slanesh who is so fat he is an entire... Oh, I remember this, yes! A sufficiently grown orc turns back into a quark, who are also called prime orcs, like primarchs. Has this happened a lot, or no? So after the Heresy, the biggest threat was an orc known as Beast, who resulted in the entire Imperial fist being wiped out and activate the last wall protocol, which required every Imperial fist successor to return and reunite to kill it. Huh. Only once? You guys make orcs sound like they can't even breathe properly. They're just goofy. That's why I feel like you guys are exaggerating. We don't know if they have to eat because we don't have any stories of orcs starving. We do know they like eating though. Because the way orcs have been presented to me is like incredibly literal. If they think this, then that is true for them. If they don't think this, then they don't have to worry about it. Like, for example, when they didn't have to worry, when they didn't realize that they would need air, and then someone was like, oh, why you guys don't have helmet? You need helmet to breathe. How you breathe. And then they suffocated. So it's basically like just kind of generally turning your brain off.
And known as the war boss. At the bottom end of the orc tribal system are the Gretchens and the Snarlies. These members act as the servants and
These are
slaves
the little
of
goblin
the orcs
ones?
and comprised of warbands, and the biggest and the strongest orc leads the warband known as the war boss. At the bottom end of the orc tribal system are the Gretchens and the Snarlies. These members act as the servants and slaves of the orcs, and sometimes their actual ammunition, despite being a bit smarter and more cunning than their bigger brethren. Because in orc culture, the biggest is the boss. The smallest gets picked on and thrown around. Beyond the warbands and the tribes, orcs also belong to a specific...
That checks out for a lot of the Warhammer lore I've heard. Thanks, Silas. I understand it not as I think so it is, and more so if enough of us think so it is. Well, I mean, that's why you can influence smaller groups of orcs. If you point out some logical fallacy, right? But it wouldn't change the way orcs work as a whole, right? Because they can yell to one another in outer space, but you shouldn't be able to. But that's because of enough of them believe that you can.
The clan. Tribes constantly shatter and rebuild, but the clans do not. They are, in a sense, a psychological... Beyond the warbands and the tribes, orcs also belong to a specific clan. Tribes constantly shatter and rebuild, but the clans do not. They are, in a sense, a psychological state of being for any given orc, and gives an orc their specific character and traits.
Huh?
And to make things easier, these clans are also color-coded, so that's very easy to tell what orc does what. Though there are many clans out there, 6 of them are the most prominent and well-known. The Bad Moons are essentially the merchants and...
The way I saw that, I was like, are all orcs just like a specific they have a specific type of color blindness or something. Also, not I believe like I learned about something, but I believe like a deeply zealous religious follower, they all need to fully believe that it's true, that the world just works like that, like en masse, right? That's what I assumed, but still. The Orks are the pinnacle of creation. For them, the great struggle is won. They have evolved a society for which no... Oh, we read that one.
Have a lot of money because their currency is teeth, and they grow teeth faster than any others. The blood axes are the stealth units, and by stealth, it means like slightly more quiet than the others, and they have a love for LARPing as humies. Death skulls are
Why is Humi sound like a slur, dude? Did you hear that that some say that Orcs believing the Emperor is alive empowers him? I did hear that. Actually, like first video I watched, people mention that.
Scavengers, and the Goths are the close combat specialists. And on the two ends of the spectrum, we also have the tech-savvy evil sons and the more traditionalist and tribal snakebites. Another major facet of Orcs is their religious beliefs. They believe in two gods, Gork and Mork. Gork is cunningly brutal and Mork is brutally cunning. The difference between them, according to Orcs, is that Mork hits you when you aren't looking and Gork hits you when you are. There's a lot of confusion as to which one is which, and this results in a lot of infighting. In other species, this would be considered a sort of religious conflict, but for the Orcs, it's just another excuse to fight. I have a quote here, but I don't really do a good Orc voice. So I'm going to get my co-host of That's Ridiculous to read this one, and I'll try to lip sync it.
Oh, he's more cunning than a grot and more killy than a dread. The boys that follow me can't be beat. On Piscina, we
is so
jumped
good.
the Marine boys, and our boss pose was covered in the helmets we took from the dead-ends. We
DK rated earlier.
burned their port and killed their bosses and left nothing but ruins behind.
No.
I'm Warlord Gezgul Mac Uruk-Drucker, and I speak with the word of the gods. We's gonna stomp the universe flat and kill anything what fights back. We's gonna do this 'cause we're Orcs, and we was made to fight and win.
That was genuinely a fantastic reading of it.
Fighting is the biggest aspect of Orc culture, and it's essentially their life's purpose. They are genetically hardwired to get into battles and scraps with enemies that can feel pain. The more they fight, the bigger they get. This, combined with them getting bigger over time, means that some of the biggest and baddest Orcs of all time have been notably gigantic. The Beast, as he was known, was about the size of an Imperial knight. If an Orc runs
That's the
out
one that
of
fought the
other
Emperor?
enemies to fight, they will immediately start infighting to scratch the battle itch. For example,
Wait, who said as big as a knight? Or someone said as big as a titan, not as big as a knight.
in the Warp, a planet exists where a band of Orcs are in a constant state of war and battle, and have been for an improbably long amount of time, strictly because how much Khorne enjoys himself watching it. For some, being trapped
No, the beast fought Vulcan? I thought knights and titans were different. I thought we explicitly cleared this up earlier in the stream, that knights and titans are different. You sound real wrong. Yeah. See? It's gotten to a point where I can say when things are wrong and things are right. At least according to what I know. Is that the true indoctrination of becoming a Warhammer fan? Knights are the ones that had the houses and they were there to protect Forge Worlds. Titans were explicitly made for combat. This is the difference I know. So I have to clarify though, because I don't know 100% though. I'm not getting one gut. I just get curious because I always hear so many different things. Knights and Titans are the same in that they're both big mecha. Knights are smaller than Titans though.
the perpetual war planet for all
Is chat
eternity
getting
would be
one
a
streamer?
fate worse
Yes.
than death. But to the boys, this is heaven. In the event of a particularly big battle, a massive amount of tribes and warbands will unite under what is known as the War. The concept of a war covers a few bases. The first is the group aspect of the massive green tidal wave of orcs fighting for the same cause, the cause being the second base. But the most prominent aspect of the war is the psychic aspect of it. Remember how the old ones made the Eldar and all the Eldar are psychic? Well, the orcs are two.
Old ones made the Eldar and all the Eldar are psychic.
Kinda, but just not as much. Only a little bit of it. And they often don't know how to use it and frankly don't care. But a huge gathering of orcs generates a psychic field that allows orcs to be more organized, dangerous, and dedicated to the war-based cause. However, the true extent of the psychic energy and its usage is relatively unknown, but that doesn't matter considering the outcome 90% of the time. In a similar sense, their ragtag technology and weaponry is also a mystery to most who encounter it purely because of that WA energy. The technology the orcs use seem to be held together with duct tape and plastic glue, and crude doesn't even begin to describe it. Their guns seem to have an inordinate amount of ammunition and firepower, and they are seemingly able to put things together on the fly in the middle of combat. The Imperium is of the mind that the orcs' weapons and machinery only work due to their innate psychic ability, but
Is this an orc game in the background, like an actual Warhammer 40k orc game? Because I have to ask, right? It is. Well, I put up by one person, then bigger part I got and all his homies. Thanks, homie. Because I thought it was, I don't know. Okay, I have to say, in this game in the background, has anyone here played it? And if you have played it, have you ever wondered about some of the logical issues there may be? For example, like, if certain things coincide with actual Warhammer lore. Chat is wrong because streamer says so. I am wrong because I'm stupid. We are not the same. It can be both.
realistically, orc gear hardly works in the first place.
Fairly
Weapons
accurate?
blow up in a
Oh,
Bugs
okay.
Bunny-esque manner all the time, and their war buggies can collapse in the middle of battle. Just because it works a handful of times does not mean it's an effective weapon. But this doesn't stop the orcs and their green tide. To really understand the power of the Wa energy, orcs can operate purely off of belief. Now, a misconception is that orcs believe something is real and it happens. But that isn't true, because that's just one orc. However, there's never one
mass, though.
orc. There's normally a few billion orcs together, and if they all believe something is true, the warp will tend to respond with a positive green light. Sometimes. Do the red ones go faster? Well, with enough orcs, yeah. How does an orc buggy with an engine block that's just a boulder with vroom vroom written in chalk work? Who cares? Orcs breathing on a ship with a hull breach? Go ahead. An orc went back in time to kill
This
a
is a gum
version
one.
of himself so he could have two of his
I'm trying to read some of the background. Jesus Christ. Okay. Question. Since orcs are created from fungal spores, right? What beliefs are inherently built into orcs? Like, for example, if you were passing by like a planet and you were doing like a drive-by and some spores fell onto a planet and that planet was like, orcs just started to grow up and like exist there, how much and what cultural aspects would be retained and like inherent, basically? All of their knowledge, even from a spore? Fighting is fun. All culture and knowledge is genetic. So if they then decided to build those orcs on an isolated planet, right? They decided to build a ship and they met up with other orcs. They would see other orc and go, orc. And then other orc will go, orc. And they recognize other orc. Okay.
favorite weapon. It is shenanigans. Because of their actions and aesthetic, the orcs tend to be presented in a comic relief sense in a lot of media, particularly the media from their perspective. They are bumbling and loud and goofy British football hooligans, and they say silly things and act in silly ways. But to the citizens of the Imperium, the orcs are far from funny. They are violent and irrational creatures that take humans for punching bags, slaves, or ultimately dinner. They have no moral compass and are violent and brutal killers that know nothing else. They are genetically designed to be a violent species that was capable of beating back the Necrons and the Catan. And if the orcs
I just want to say, I don't know if people talk about this a lot. I don't think people probably acknowledge, at least as much as they should, how incredibly dangerous and like OP it is to have genetic memory combined with mass thought manifestation, because you'd literally be constantly evolving even as you're being formed by any potential new beliefs that your species may come to believe as a whole, you know? Which is actually fucking insane when you think about it.
Orcs were ever able to unify under one banner, they would be utterly unstoppable. However, due to their aggressive nature, their organizational skills are non-existent, and they tend to just beat each other up for the fun of it. All that exists in the mind of an orc is fighting, and nothing else. If they wipe out their enemies, they will inevitably wipe themselves out as well. They are a brutal Ouroboros doomed to an endless war cycle, but to an orc, why does it matter? If they fight and they win, they win. If they fight and they die, it was a good fight. Now that the Xenos armies are growing in strength and more are threatening the safety of the Imperium, they need to bring new methods in order to handle what they are currently facing.
Sorry, I know it was kind of mentioned earlier, but I forgot. What happened to the Orks again? Like, why did they become the Orks? I think it wasn't mentioned like a ton, but they got degraded because their enemies got weaker. Oh, I see. Interesting. When did the Tyrannids come around then? I know there's a Tyrannid section later on in the video, but the war haven't ended, and so with no enemy to fight, there was nothing to fight and push them to be better. Okay. Tyrannids are recent in 40k scale. Oh, interesting.
The Emperor is on the Golden Throne. Half the Space Marines are traitor, and they are beset from enemies within and without. So now the Lords on Terra must prepare for anything possible, and sometimes the impossible. For that, they take to the stars to explore and expand. They recruit assassins for priority eliminations. They train a galactic police force and a secret police to root out any and all heresy. The lesser known, yet most feared, I carry with me an inquisitorial seal. It is a small, unassuming object contained in a neat box of
This is where my husband is from.
It is a modest thing, relatively plain, adorned with a single motif and a simple motto. Yet with this little object, I can sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 billion souls to oblivion.
Oh, this is where they have that button where they can destroy a world, but it's very rarely used. And then I know you guys mentioned like one dude that's pressed it before. Don't they have that? Where's that Rogue Traders? No, I think it's them, right? The Inquisition. Yeah, Exterminatus. Can Rogue Traders use it too? I don't remember. But I remember... Yeah, that was the guy that was mentioned, Cryptman. And this is for planets that are just like absolutely doomed. Everyone of a certain power in the Imperium can use it. Inquisitors are the ones who do it most often. Huh. Am I right? Rogue Traders can have like their own planets and shit, right? And they're like, oh, excuse me, governments.
Where the Imperium may see its justice dealt out by the hands of its armies and the gauntlets of its Astartes, when one needs eyes, ears, or both cut out, it looks to the agents of the Imperium. In a meta sense, these agents are a homogenized version of multiple factions from the original video 5 years ago. They comprise multiple aspects of the wide and all-encompassing armies of humanity and serve different roles. Whether it be the law enforcers of the Adeptus Arbites, the void-faring explorers of rogue traders, the invisible hand of the Assassinorum, or the hospitality of the Emperor's Inquisition. Each has a part to play in the God Emperor's domain. Rogue traders are a great example of a somewhat undiscussed part of the Imperium. Its nobility. While you may see the General Imperium as a totalitarian hellscape, because it is, this is to those under the boot of the nobles that run it. Rogue traders are a special kind of explorer, and their existence is extremely important to the function of the Imperium. A rogue trader is often an extremely special individual and is given the monumentally sized warrant of trade, allowing them to be given almost complete and utter freedom. Their task is simple: to chart the uncharted, learn the unlearned, and do whatever they can as an explorer and conquistador for those back on Terra. This information is, strictly speaking, invaluable. whether a sector can be settled and colonies built, speaking,
What is that thingy?
invaluable.
What are they fighting here? Dark Eldar? Oh. Oh, so these are like repurposed thingies. Okay, when you say they're Drakari, are they actually Drakari, or are they people enslaved by Drakari made into Drakari units? That's a pleasure machine? For whom? The thing on the left is a Drakari? Ah.
Whether a sector can be settled and colonies built, or precious rare resources exist on floating asteroids can be mined, or a long-lost Imperial world from the Age of Strife is recovered, it's all absolutely imperative. These rogue traders are faster than any other kind of Imperial armada, and therefore chart the direction of the entire society. Because of this, rogue traders are given a imperative. These rogue traders are faster than any other kind of Imperial armada, and therefore chart the direction of rogue traders are faster than any other kind of
Did he say faster than, or a faction of? A fraction of?
all absolutely imperative. These rogue traders are faster than any other kind of Imperial armada, and therefore chart the direction of the entire society. Because of this, rogue traders are given a substantial amount of freedom. They have a ship and a crew of specialists, and can do things that would see any normal person shot. They can barter deals and even recruit Xenos races. They can explore areas strictly prohibited, and they can earn...
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Isn't one of the... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I vaguely remember seeing someone who looked like a Drakari as a romance interest for Femrogue Trader. Am I mistaken? Yes? Okay. Because I was like, he don't look like everybody else. Actually, to be honest, from what I saw of his romance, I wasn't super interested, which normally I usually would be because I love toxic. But oh, he's bi? Okay. Is it 2 and 2? I thought there were only like 2 romance options. I guess for 2 male romance options for women. Amaya, no? I can't help it. I like a toxic. I mean, you have to understand that I'm the kind of person where if you're not miserable without me, do you really love me? Do you really love me? I'm just saying. I heard it's actually very good, so I am willing to like try it and research it. But from what I saw, I wasn't super... It's not like a kind of kicking your feet type romance. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. That's cute though. Okay, well, you're just as mentally ill as me then. I don't know what to tell you. One time, like, someone was crying over me and then I called them to hear it. I did comfort them, right? But I was like, are you really crying because of me? That's like true love, dude. Because like anyone can feel happy from anyone, right? But because to be sad because of someone is different. That's more of an impact to me.
A vast amount of wealth and riches in doing so. This tends to make rogue traders a very long lineage, and their heirs take up the mantle of their house. By being explorers, they become fabulously wealthy, and some can become quite the assholes while doing so. But truly, much like a night pilot, a rogue trader is an exceptionally rich individual who can back it up. They are master swordsmen, explorers, merchants, settlers, diplomats, and everything in between. They chart a course and they set the grounds, which means they will need someone to defend them, and the prime choice for that can be the Adeptus Arbites. Now, the Arbites are cops, Judge Dredd style cops, as their inspiration clearly shows. Each planet will have their own members of local law enforcement.
Question. This is gonna seem super random, right? But when I see stuff like this, right, on designs, I wonder, are these actually integral parts of the uniform? And if you lose these uniform, like these aspects of the uniform, especially with how symbolic things are and how I guess things are in terms of design and how they value, I guess, more paraphernalia, like religious paraphernalia and stuff. Instead, do you get punished if some of these come off in battle? Not necessarily this specifically, but like in general, are there instances where aspects of your uniform will get you punished if you don't wear it properly or anything? Would more depend on why, I think. If you made a promise to a superior on those seals, you could be punished. Really? Is this like an actual thing? They have protective power against the warp in some case, so losing them could, yeah. Context matters. Well, I'm curious as to how much is symbolic, because when they were showing when Bricky showed some of the big ships in other videos, they were very kind of impractical, right? In terms of like actual design. But because faith is such a massive aspect, right? It's worth taking that over the supposed impracticality, basically. I see. Well, that's why I'm asking, because faith is very important here. You should protection like wearing a soul cause or Catholic. Okay, but aside from this particular instance, right? This particular instance. Oh, you can't see my cursor, dang it. Well, okay, when I say this particular instance, I mean this specific uniform. Are there other uniforms where maybe that would be the case, where just symbolically it's very important and you have to have it on you, and if you don't, you better have a good fucking reason, or you get punished? There are some? Yeah, I mean socially. Word bearers would probably be that way pre-heresy. Sisters of Battle or Grey Knights. Oh yeah, I imagine for the Sisters of Battle because they're part of the church. Grey Knights, I'm kind of surprised. The shoulder from Space Marine Terminator plate has a piece of the Emperor's armor in it. Do not lose it. Well, I'm just saying. Astra Militarium answers for this? What does that mean? Welcome, Banana. Yes, welcome back. The wax seals are wax. They are made to be temporary and come off. You guys don't understand my question. I'm saying, in general, are there... Yeah, you aren't answering my question. You sillies. You sillies. I'm asking, is there an instance where there is symbolic stuff on your armor that would get you in deep shit if it came off in battle or otherwise? The Imperial Guard's method of handling gear? I thought they got the garbage stuff. Their little flashlights. Even in the ecclesiarchy or just protection, it's not as sacred as carrying a bone or something from a saint. No? Okay. Thank you.
Cops, as their inspiration clearly shows. Each planet will have their own members of local law enforcement, and most of them will settle many of the issues there and then. But when something requires a far more in-depth peacekeeping force, the Adeptus Arbites are brought in. Think local police versus the FBI. Arbitrators in the Arbites tend to focus heavily on stopping crime before it can become too much of a threat.
So what would be the regular police then, if these are like the FBI?
Criminal gang or heretical uprising can be subdued quickly and efficiently by utilizing them and dealing with soon-to-be criminals.
Oh, sorry, I didn't get to actually see the response. The local police depend on local traditions. For some of the RBDs, for some they have their own organizations. Because it depends on the planet too. Oh my god, my throat. It depends on the planet too, because they still maintain their own cultures since humanity's so widespread and they do everything by paper, right? The stream is in their roller coaster I was expecting. Thank you so much for I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I'm not offended by it, right? But I'm so curious to what you were expecting then. If you grabbed a purity seal off an Arbites armor and stomped on it, you would be killed. Yeah, okay, I figured as much.
Force, the Adeptus Arbites are brought in. Think local police versus the FBI. Arbitrators in the Arbites tend to focus heavily on stopping crime before it can become too much of a threat. A criminal gang or heretical uprising can be subdued quickly and efficiently by utilizing them and dealing with soon-to-be criminals, as they put it. They will tap into communications, create spy networks, do interrogations and sabotage, anything that helps the good of the Imperium and the law they seek to preserve. The Code of the Arbites is laid out entirely via the Book of Judgment, a gigantic library of pages showing every single law from every single High Lord of Terra in the history of the Imperium. Because the Imperium is so vast, hundreds of laws are added every single day, and the library continues to grow with more and more laws and judgments. While Arbites themselves carry a small version called the Book of Law on their person, this does end up creating a system where the unjustly prosecuted will never escape their prisons. If prisoners themselves carry a small version called the Book of Law on their person, this does end up creating a system where the unjustly prosecuted will never escape their prisons. If an innocent is wrongly convicted, any form of legal counsel will need to go through the Book of Judgment to help get you out. Often these prisoners require hundreds of years of litigation in which they will eventually expire before they can be deemed wrongly convicted. Innocence is irrelevant. You have been judged guilty of
Do they even bother? If the person dies mid-litigation because it's taken so long, do they even bother continuing the case or no? Okay, one thing not explained, as long as a planet pays its tithe, an imperial governor can rule as they wish, with the exceptions like Heresy. They do. Okay. I'm guessing that this is kind of like, I don't know, you'll never know when something will be relevant. The law requires it. They continue and the descendants get the verdict. So you could just one day be living your life, right? And then it'll be like, hey, yeah, your great uncle did not commit that crime. And you're like, huh? Who the fuck? Is there generational punishment too? So if someone is being accused of a very, very heinous crime, right? And it's not clear by the time, like, and their line of succession continues, right? Does the generational punishment only kick in after they have determined whether or not they are guilty or innocent? Or does it start upon, like, accusation? Oh, it's when it's finalized. Okay. I see. So you could theoretically just be living your life one day and then get told, hey, yeah, you guys have to work in the mines because actually your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather or grandfather did a big bad, right?
Transgressing the Lex Imperialis. Do not compound your guilt by evading punishment, as there are greater crimes, so are there greater sentences. Of course, should something go out of the hands of the Adeptus Arbites, there is always the silent hand of the officiate.
There's this planet-based punishment. There's planet-based punishment. Oh, so for example, if someone who was very, very high up, right, committed a crime. Hold on, there is a lot to unpack here. For example, can rogue traders be subject to generational punishment? Is generational punishment for everyone, or does it depend on like a case-by-case basis where if that country, or rather that planet with humans on it, has a culture of generational punishment? Okay, so what, for example, if a rogue trader started their own planet and like their own, I guess, economy and basically like world, right? And then they were found guilty of a big bad. Would everyone on that planet be punished because they're under the rogue trader? Or what? Or even not like a rogue trader, but someone very like high up. Good day, homeless. Like, let's say it wasn't a rogue trader, but it was someone that is also very high up and they had their own planet. They can, but it wouldn't be common, right? That seems impractical. Huh. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of different perspectives here. Depends on who's accusing you. An inquisitor would likely get to the bottom of it. A sister would likely just kill you. But what if it's everyone? Depends on the crime. If corruption is involved, the planet needs to be redeemed through pain. Do you mean like corruption by like the warp? Wouldn't they just kill everyone? I thought that was like the basic instinct and policy for if there's warp corruption. Inhabitants will be punished for not defecting or fighting back against a traitor, even if they didn't know.
Assassinorum to take their place. Naturally, the Imperium has assassins, and these assassins are sent to dispatch important figures that would not normally be handled by simply sending waves and waves of guards. The Assassinorum is headed by the Grand Master of the Assassinorum, who is a High Lord of Terra and perhaps the shadiest individual in the entire galaxy. At his disposal are multiple types of assassins that all specialize in various things. Galaxy. At his disposal are multiple types of assassins that all specialize in various things.
Oh, sorry, you can't read the messages, my bad. I'm sure some of you have seen them before, but This is what I was laughing at then.
Is our multi-lord of Terra and perhaps the shadiest individual in the entire galaxy. At his disposal are
I heard you were negotiating with terrorists again. If you keep biting my swag, there will be problems.
multiple types of assassins that all specialize in various things. Their training is extreme and absurd. Aspirant children are often subjected to Hunger Games style combat with each other on the ride over to the temple. Then you get low gravity, high pressure, traps, horrendous physical and mental strain, and everything in between. Then their minds are wiped completely and the real fun begins. An Imperial assassin is nothing to mess around with. They are some of the fastest moving and hardest hitting things the Imperium has at hand and can go toe to toe with Space Marines depending on which temple they are from. Some, like the Vindicares, are master snipers who lie in wait for weeks, days, or even months just to get the perfect headshot from 5 kilometers away and disappear. The Calidus Temple are masters of shape-shifting and take a drug that allows them to transmute their body into whatever they see fit. A confidant of a target may be killed and they will take their place before killing their target outright.
I did not know about the shape-shifting drug. I'm curious as to the restrictions on this too, because I imagine a lot of how they control it, similarly to the rest of the Officio Assassinorum like factions, would be to indoctrinate the people that get access to it, right? But I still want to know like what limitations there may be. It has to be human, can't polymorph into an orc. Oh, where are you looking right now? Chat. If I wanted to look at boobs, I could look down my shirt right now. I can look at hers though, no problem. They're extremely indoctrinated, just a few have questioned the orders. So, if someone in this faction in particular questions orders, right? Do they get like a flag on their file where it's like, this one may need to redo their training or whatever? They die. Oh, okay. Even for like the most mild ones? Mind scrub is possible? Oh. Okay. I know like mind scrub. Shocked missions. What's a shocked mission? I know some of them, what is it? Is it the Calexis? I think the Calexis have like the suicide button, right?
Or they could shift into a member of a Chaos Warband with
is it the
symbols
Eversword?
and flesh and all.
Which one? Hold on, let me see. Scroll up. Eversword Temple. Are those the ones with the skull masks? I still get them mixed up, sorry.
That to earn the trust of a cult leader before slitting their throat. The Caluxus assassin is a psychic blank, a soulless mutation, making them appear as uneasy to normal humans and downright disgusting to psychers.
Did he still make that on?
Temple just to get the perfect headshot from 5 kilometers
this
away
is the
and disappear. The Calidus Temple are masters of shape-shifting and take a drug that allows them to transmute their body into whatever they see fit. Calidus. A confidant of a target may be killed and they will take their place before killing their target outright. Or they could shift into a member of a Chaos Warband with symbols and flesh and all that to earn the trust of a cult leader before slitting their throat. The Caluxus assassin is a psychic blank, a soulless mutation, making them appear as uneasy to normal humans and downright disgusting to psychers. When a powerful psyker is causing issues, this is who you send. Their specialized helmet enhances their already latent powers and will allow them to all but drain the souls from those they touch and their very body. It is an extreme weapon used when a direct form of pressure must be applied to an otherwise untouchable psyker. Now, if you need a direct pressure in a more literal way, the Eversword is for you. A drugged up comatose psychopath that is directly dropped on enemy lines and allowed to wreak havoc, killing anything and everything.
These ones are also the ones that they're kind of like only allowed to have certain emotions, right? They're like only allowed to like be angry and be like homicidal, basically, I think.
Is in a blaze of movement and blood.
Also, I just have to say, I'm curious as to like if you take the, what is it called, the polymorphine, I don't remember, the shape-shifting drug, right? If you take that and crackhead energy me when I'm going in the back alley at night, polymorphine, thank you. When you take the polymorphine, I wonder if your experience and the like the pain you might experience, because I imagine it's very painful to shapeshift, right? If that changes as well as the length of time required is different depending on the size difference between you, your original body, and what you want to transform into. Because like, for example, like a space marine's fucking huge, right? A lot of this in the right world is more pumped full of overfull full of psychedelics and horrifying visions until that's all that's left of you. Ah, what a great existence. You have to be trained to use it, otherwise you turn into a blob. I don't want to be a blob.
Before it inevitably dies and causes a plasma explosion on its demise. There are other temples as well. The Vanus Temple, acting as sort of like a cyber hacker.
Are these the new ones?
The Venom Temple, specializing in
A
poisons.
poison?
But all in all, assassins move with their skin-tight body gloves with a speed unmatched and force unexpected. One of the best assassin novels puts a Vindicator Calidus and Vanus to infiltrate a night world, kill the High Monarch of the Night, who is permanently stuck in his giant robot knight.
Is this the novel you guys were talking about earlier in the stream?
Install a new ruler in his stead and make sure nobody knows the Imperium did it. Their missions
Sorry, I had to register all that.
are insanity and their tasks impossible, and they do it anyway. Thus is the power the Assassinorum wields. We do not determine the guilty, we do not decide the punishment.
Wait, so they need surgery if they want to take on different forms? Like ones that have a size difference? So would they do that before or would they do that after a polymorphine potion thingy? Sorry, I just think Apollo juice potion. And if they did the surgery after they got to as close of a point they could. No, but someone said earlier that they need surgery for even stronger modifications. Then would it just shed? How does this even work? Is this like timed? Do they need to take it consistently? Or what? Or is it just like a permanent alteration? So they do need to take it consistently. Is women only need constant injections? Oh, I see. What are some withdrawal symptoms that they get? Consistently to maintain it, but if they run out, they don't return to their original form. Oh, I see. Interesting. So it's basically the permanent alteration that you need to keep maintain. Okay. Muscles will literally slop off your bones. See, I was wondering that. I take the RP. The RPG says they're surgically altered to shapeshift, which seems like a fair enough assumption. I'm just wondering the order. I missed the whole ass stream. Guess I'll have to watch the VOD. Y'all better not been lying to her. They lied to me. They lied to me about things. And they were wrong about things, as per usual. We're well, technically, I've been streaming 5.5 hours today, basically. Because I had a stream earlier today, too. Imagine the worst withdrawal symptoms you've ever heard of, and 40k if I'm not that tired. I think I don't know. I'm never wrong, just pre-corrected. I'm gonna steal that dragonality.
We are merely the cold instrument of the Emperor's vengeance. There is no form of death unknown to us. There is no form of terror beyond
This is how far I am, by the way.
There is no enemy
After 3.5
our
hours.
reach. We are the blade that hovers over the throat of the traitor. We are the bullet that awaits the heretic's skull. We are the poison in the throat of the alien. However, despite the prowess of the traitors, the police, and the assassins, there is
like a
one
Grim
that
Reaper.
stands above all. As the Imperium settled into its post-Emperor world, they needed a force to root out corruption wherever it could be found. But they needed specialized individuals who could do so. Men and women who would serve as detective and executioner. This new secret police would have unlimited authority, and they would be known as the Inquisition. Inquisitors of the Inquisition are one of the most feared individuals in all of the galaxy for the common members of
That little heart near the crotch kind of looks like a womb tattoo near the grenade.
humanity. Trained in the most difficult of conditions and mental hardening, they have long closed their minds to the compassions of those they
No, I
deem
have
guilty.
enigma depression.
Inquisitors are, for the most part, detectives, but they are detectives whose authority is unmatched and actions justified by the state itself, similar to the KGB.
so surprised there's not mpreg in this universe. Like, actually, though. Or not much. Because I would think, right, that some more animalistic species would just, like, put eggs in people. Don't tell her, no, I want to hear about the mpreg. There's some. See, we gotta be open-minded. Why wouldn't you tell me about the mpreg? No, but okay, seriously, I did actually have like some logic for this because I'm like, don't you want as many bodies as possible? Wouldn't you want everyone to be able to give birth and to have whomever you give birth to be as fast as possible? Like to grow up as fast as possible so that they could be a more useful body? And I was like, I feel like I've seen this in some sort of like alien movie things where an egg gets put in them and then they do. See, I was thinking that for Tyrannids, right? I knew the Genestealers were a thing, but I didn't see it like that. Genestealers are the ones that infiltrate, right? Am I thinking of the right ones for the Tyrannids? Like, that doesn't seem like mpreg, but don't they just like corrupt kind of the people around them? Why not sea slugs, penis fencing, and subsequent impregnation just isn't viable? How? You live for thousands of years now? And suddenly mpreg is the thing that's out of the question? I believe Genestealers mess with the genetic code when they kiss. But that's not the same as mpreg.
The Gestapo, the Stasi, the OVRA, but unlike those...
No, but I wasn't talking about just like them, right? I was talking about in general. You would think so. Incredible quote, to be honest. Applicable to many a situation. That's what I'm saying. Like... It doesn't even matter if it was made by Fujos, though. I'm talking about, like, just in general, it would be more efficient. Wouldn't you want the most, like, amount of people possible? And even then, I feel like it's just body horror. Pregnancy is, like, low-key just body horror, right? There's a lot of beautiful things about it, right? But realistically, how many instances are there in media of something being impregnated by, like, an alien or another species, and they give birth to like a monster? I assume something like that would happen. You know what I mean? But I haven't really seen mention of that.
Organizations, the Inquisition has far more authority and is one of the only types of individuals who can commit exterminatus, the term used for the utter and total destruction of a planet that is no longer deemed usable by the Imperial. While it is a very exciting word and a commonly notable thing done in Warhammer, exterminatus is not actually used particularly often. It's a last resort entirely meant...
I don't know, but is this the dude that does it a lot? I'm just guessing because he's here. But is this Kratos or whatever that does it a lot? He pressed it like 200 times or something.
Stop the enemy from gaining a major foothold or spread even more corruption.
No?
Even
Who
with a
does that?
million worlds, the wholesale slaughter of an entire planet is still a massive blow to the Imperial. Inquisitors range quite a bit, not just in how they operate, but also in their personalities. They are often main characters for a large amount of books, as detective noir is a great genre, and they can be the most stone-cold killer or a pragmatic and sympathetic individual depending on who they are. Radical Inquisitors may utilize methods unlike most of the Imperium, such as alien tech or even demon hosts, where Puritans stick closer to the methods of the religious state and shun any deviations.
Funnily enough, I don't think we've actually talked about using alien technology that much. Is that not heresy? To use alien technology? Or no? I guarantee you that with the variety of genetic treatments, implants, and bioaugments that are available to humanity in the 41st millennium, there's been plenty of imperial nobility or some such that have just employed mpreg or performed mpreg. You just don't hear about it. Still, they're above the law, but yes. Okay. If it's a situation where it's alien technology, just like in general for usage, not necessarily Inquisitors, right? But if it's a situation where alien technology has been employed, but it was originally old technology from the Imperium, is it didable? Even though aliens use it commonly now? Or no? Only if admechs sign off on it? It's didable if it's old human tech that incorporated alien tech? What do you mean? The original source is Imperial, you be good. Okay. Human technology is primitive compared to most Xenos. Tau, Elder, and Necrons laugh at our tech. I'm surprised that the Tau is so much more advanced. I think someone mentioned like it before what happened to the Tau, because I remember didn't the Imperium meet the Tau and they were like, oh yeah, you're nobody, we don't give a fuck, right? But I'm like, aren't the Tau still really small and not really seen as a threat? How did their technology get so much better? You'd have to prove that it was Imperial, admittedly having SCC, for example. That's like the original blueprint thing, right? The Tau are more advanced in some ways, but overall the strength is they understand their tech. The AdMech don't. Oh, that's true, because they have the ability to create new technology, right? Because they aren't restricted by the same laws that the Imperium is.
They also specialize in various aspects, as the Inquisition has orders, or ordos, such as Xenos for aliens, Malleus for demons, and Hereticus for even demon hosts, were a sympathetic individual depending on who they are. Radical books play a massive blow to the Imperium. Inquisitors range quite a bit, not just in how they operate, but also in their personalities. They are often main characters for a large amount of books, as detective noir is a great genre.
Is that a dwarf in the back? Who dat? I thought the only dwarfs were like under the Votan.
And they can be the most stone-cold killer or a pragmatic and sympathetic individual depending on...
Oh! I think you guys mentioned the squad a long time ago, but I don't remember what they are.
On who they are. Radical Inquisitors may utilize methods unlike most of the Imperium, such as alien tech or
the Votan
demon
now. Okay.
hosts, where Puritans stick closer to the methods of the religious
it was the end of last video.
shun any deviations. They also specialize in various aspects, as the Inquisition has orders, or ordos, such as Xenos for aliens, Malleus for demons, and Hereticus for, you guessed it. Truly, if you are a normal citizen of the Imperium, a person flashing an inquisitorial rosette in front of you may be one of the most terrifying moments of your entire life. It is the same as an FBI badge or a KGB member, except now you're in Warhammer. So, their authority and tools are infinite. Agents of the Imperium are vast and offer a ton of different concepts to the world of Warhammer, and they continue to expand as the Emperor's descent into the Golden Throne has lasting effects on humanity. As time progressed, a few people seeing the Emperor as a deity made their voices louder, and over a few thousand years, worship of the Emperor was not only considered expected, but state mandated. This church will be known as the ecclesiarchy, and there were many who would look to the cardinal position and make desperate grabs at their power, leaving horrid effects on the populace. The Age of Apostasy was a time of reformation in the Imperium that saw its eventual change into an overtly religious empire. During this time, an all-female warrior cult to the Emperor called the Daughters of the Emperor were a bit more isolated from the wider Imperium. However, as the ecclesiarchy began to take root, one Goj Van Dyer became the High Lord of the Administratum and noticed these warriors and felt they could be useful to him. Goj himself told these warriors that he was the voice of the Emperor himself and demanded they fire upon him to prove it. Having a little hidden force field that this warrior cult had never seen before, the bullet bounced off of him and showing him to be unharmed, truly blessed by the Emperor. This cult became known as the Brides of the Emperor and acted as his personal bodyguards and aides. However, Goj Van Dyer was a tyrant, and his horrendous reign spelled ruination for the wider Imperium, which made the Adeptus Custodes take notice. Despite an outright coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the Brides of the Emperor's fierce combat skills kept him safe. One custodian made contact.
I guess this is different. How did we even get into talking about this? What was the transition?
Total destruction of
the Sisters' origin story. Because I assume they turned into the Sisters of Battle after this.
And they can be are one of the most feared individuals in all of the galaxy for the common members of humanity. Trained in the most difficult of conditions and usable by the Imperial. While it is a very
sorry, I'm gonna go over this again just because none of this was previously mentioned really.
Tutorial rosette in front of you may be one of the most and they continue to expand as the Emperor's descent into the Golden Throne has lasting effects on humanity. As time progressed, a few people seeing the Emperor as a deity made their voices louder, and over a few thousand years, worship of the Emperor was not only considered expected, but state mandated. This church will be known as the ecclesiarchy, and there were many who would look to the cardinal position and make desperate grabs at their power, leaving horrid effects on the populace. The Age of Apostasy was a time of reformation in the Imperium that saw its eventual change into an overtly religious empire. During this time, an all-female warrior cult to the Emperor called the Daughters of the Emperor were a bit more isolated from the wider Imperium.
Hold on.
Religious empire. During this time, an all-female warrior cult to the Emperor called the Daughters of the Emperor were a bit more isolated from the wider Imperium. However, as the ecclesiarchy began to take root, one Goj.
So where did the Daughters of the Emperor stem from? Because they were there before the ecclesiarchy, right? Do they just kind of like exist by happenstance, kind of, or? And this is basically the turning point from when, I guess, for when the Imperium became like hyper religious and started to view the Emperor as a god, right? Cult on a random Imperial world. Ecclesiarchy started, then a little later they found these women. Insular planet with a strong religious view of the Emperor. Oh, okay, so it kind of just snowballed.
Vandire became the High Lord of the Administratum and noticed these warriors and felt they could be useful to him. Goj himself told these warriors that he was the voice of the Emperor himself and demanded they...
Was Goj like the leader of the, or I guess the head of the ecclesiarchy?
...fire upon him to prove it. Having a little hidden force field that this warrior cult had never seen before, the bullet bounced off of him and showing him to be unharmed, truly blessed by the Emperor. This cult became known as the Brides of the Emperor and acted as his personal bodyguards and aides. However, Doge Vandire was a tyrant, and his horrendous reign spelled ruination for the wider Imperium, which made the Adeptus Custodes take notice. Despite an outright coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the Brides of the Emperor's fierce combat skills kept him safe.
Wait, so the Brides of the Emperor went toe-to-toe with the Custodes? That's kind of fucking crazy, dude. Am I misunderstanding this? That's what it sounds like.
Made contact with the leader of the Brides and brought her into the throne room of the Emperor himself. Nobody knows what transpired in that.
Wait, what was that phrasing then?
The Brides right coup and revolt against him, this reign spelled ruination for the wider Imperium, which made the Adeptus Custodes take notice.
Oh, just so they took notice.
Coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the Brides of the Emperor's fierce combat skills kept him
Oh,
safe.
I see, okay.
One custodian made contact with the leader of the Brides
I just assumed,
and
that's my bad.
brought her into the throne room of the Emperor himself. Nobody knows what transpired in that room, save for Alicia Dominica, the custodian, and the Emperor himself. However, she left the room with her hair bleached pure white from the interaction, marched her battle brides directly to Vandire himself and said, "You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and it is now time for you to die." Despite not having any time to die, Doge Vandire found some time to do so. With his head lopped clean from his body, the Brides of the Emperor were no more, and the ecclesiarchy signed a document to stop Vandire's reign from happening again. They would no longer be allowed to have men under arms. Men.
have time to
The
get too
Adeptus
busy. Real.
Sororitas, or commonly known as the Sisters of Battle, the nuns with guns, the fighting force of the church. Despite being the main militant faction, the Sisters of Battle, their organization actually is far more diverse than this and have many more nun-based roles for their members. They are organized by various orders with various specialties in mind, such as the non-militant orders like the Hospitaller, Dialogus, and Familius, including things like helping with surgical equipment and various other medical stuff, Duolingo, and a poli-sci degree. These orders are further separated into smaller orders in an almost Space Marine chapter sense, but
When I'm buying a chroma for my skin in League of Legos.
are further separated into smaller
My very
orders
first
in an
thought.
almost Space Marine chapter sense, but tend to have more flexibility due to the nature of their work. And in addition to that, there is flexibility between the orders. It is not uncommon for a member of one of the more battle-hardened orders to switch to a more passive one once they've sustained battlefield injuries or are a bit closer to retirement. As mentioned before, the Sisters of Battle are a part of their own separate organization, the Order's Militant, and feature the highest number of any given sister. They are the official fighting force of the ecclesiarchy, and they specialize in wars of faith.
Sisters of Battle are one of my
Unlike the
favorites.
deployment of Astartes and Guardsmen, the Sisters of Battle are often deployed with members of the Inquisitorial Ordo Hereticus, specialize in wars of faith. Unlike the deployment of Astartes and Guardsmen, the Sisters
Oh, so the Imperial Guard and the
of
Swiss
Battle are often deployed with members of the Inquisitorial Ordo Hereticus due to the holy war nature of their battles. The Sisters of Battle are suited up with their own form of specialized power armor that gives them almost like a Joan of Arc vibe to the battlefield. Though lacking the more extreme modifications of a Space Marine's power armor, mainly to the fact that Sisters are, for the most part, regular humans, the power armor of a Sister of Battle almost matches the defensive power of an Astartes, but with added flexibility and versatility in exchange for strength. Some of the patterns of armor do allow for the enhancing of genetics, but this is far from the norm. This combined with
I'm sorry, but like the, what do you call it? The servitor cherubs look so war hardened. Like, look at the one at the top left, its expression, dude. Those are his actual last words. Not busy enough. Has there, by the way, been any in-lore explanation for why they always do the fleur de lis? What is that in universe? It has seen things. It's seen so many things.
arsenal of tanks and vehicles that have literal church organ rocket launchers on them really brings across the holy war vibe in a gothic manner. Accompanying a Sister of Battle in the fields of war is the holy trinity of weaponry, the bolter, the flamer, and the melta. With such a simple loadout, the Sisters of Battle are able to bring down the glorious flames of the Emperor himself, and his holy light shines on them in other ways during a conflict. Hell, even their jump packs evoke angelic imagery as opposed to the more clunky jetpacks ones that Space Marines have. In times of great turmoil or
Oh, so the angel wings, are those actually the jump packs?
impossibility, a living saint of the sororitas itself might appear on the battlefield
Celestine?
surrounded by a litany of doves and cherubs. An almost comical
Oh,
scene
is that supposed to be Celestine? I thought Celestine had light hair.
of holy glory followed by literal hellfire. The Sisters are a fascinating organization because they take what is normally seen as a benevolent force and turn it on its head to be a horrifying method of war. Because the Sisters are so zealous, they are nigh impossible to persuade and almost never fall to chaos. In fact, any deviation from the Imperial faith may see you killed outright as you are deemed a heretic, and sometimes Sisters have even less patience than the Inquisition does. To the Adeptus Sororitas, no punishment is too extreme for blasphemy and heretical behavior. Whether it's lobotomizing traitors to use as shock troops or attaching them physically to agonizing pain engines so they can die for the Emperor, anything goes. The most fascinating part of the Sisters, however, is their faith. We discussed how Orks often make things happen through belief because of their sheer number of them. The Sisters create miracles where they walk. They are not many psychers like Orks, but they are excessively devout and make up for that. Bullets barely miss targets they absolutely should hit. Guns jam, tanks malfunction, enemies slip and fall. The scene from Pulp Fiction.
Don't they have like an attack with holy water too or something? They use those cherubs to spread incense and sacred oil on the battlefield and deliver them ammunition. I knew the last part that they delivered ammunition. Oh my god, of course Shed says holy bath water.
Is an accurate portrayal of what happens when the sisters fight.
I'd knock that shit off if I was you.
Die, you motherfucker!
One of the most prominent figures is the Triumph of St. Catherine, a literal open casket with the Saint of a Sister's Order held aloft by lobotomized servant cherubs and protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The devotion to the Emperor's prominent figures is the Triumph of St. Catherine, a literal open casket with the Saint of a Sister's Order held aloft by lobotomized servant cherubs and protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The devotion to the Emperor swells so...
I was wondering, how many saints are there? I thought there was just Saint Celestine. This is part of why I mentioned the religious zealot thing for the Orks earlier, because the way the sisters do it in a different way. I can see that. Is there... Okay, it's implied that that's kind of like, basically... There's proof that it's like that, right? That it's similar to the Orks? I don't know. Half a dozen? There's a bunch of Saints. Celestine is just the most holy of them? Oh... Oh, most saints become saints after death. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, that's why she's always called the living saint. My bad. Hey, she's the only one on tabletop, but there are quite a few in the lore. Oh,
strong that acts of...
Oh, guys, look! We're an hour into the video. Let's go!
Faith are made manifest, and sometimes angels themselves. When the sisters go to war, they have thundering organs and litanies screeching out into the battlefield, hymns and songs. They rabble off prayers on their lips and burn holy fire across the area. They spray holy water down from horns atop their vehicles. It is a genuine holy war, a procession of death. Saint Celestine is an undying deity, arriving precisely where she is needed and returning to the fold after each death. When she dies, she sees a crying young girl atop a mountain of bones, her bones, after every one of her deaths. She climbs this mountain every time to help comfort this crying child and is rebirthed upon the battlefield. And one day, her deaths will create a mountain.
I find it interesting that she's the only one with black hair.
So large that even...
And then there's like that theory that Celestine is actually a demon created from like the Emperor.
Every time to help comfort this crying child.
At least like in all the imagery I'm seeing. She's the only one with white hair.
Her deaths will create
Is that not like a token thing for them? Because it looks like they basically all have white hair. Like... White hair or no hair? It does look good with gold armor. It's just one specific order? Oh, I see, I see. Wait, so what is the white hair faction then? Is that the Bloody Rose one? Or they dye their hair after the lady saw Big E? Oh! I see. Excuse me.
When she dies, she sees a crying young girl atop a mountain of bones. Her bones, after every one of her deaths. She climbs this mountain every time to help comfort this crying child and is rebirthed upon the battlefield. And one day,
dang, she looks crazy
her deaths will create a mountain so large that even she will not be able to traverse it. Is she a demon of the God Emperor? Perhaps, but she'll be shot for saying so. She is genuinely and literally faith made manifest. Some sisters may make a mistake, however, and find themselves questioning their faith, disobeying a command, and even leaving their order. These sisters are sent for reconditioning and are known as the Sisters Repentia. They generally face the front of the line head on and seek retribution and forgiveness from the Emperor himself.
Why? So...
They'll head on and seek retribution and forgiveness from the Emperor himself. Though
No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about like the outfit.
Obeying a command, even leaving their order. These sisters are sent for reconditioning and are known as the Sisters Repentia.
So, so this is someone who is being punished, or not someone who's doing the punishing? Because from the mask and the weapon, I thought it would be, you know, someone doing the punishing. Okay. Well.
They generally face the front of the line head on and seek retribution.
Okay, in that sense, I can
from the
understand
Emperor
somewhat more. Yeah.
Though their actions were heretical, repentia on the fields of battle is an indication of an individual wanting to become forgiven. They run aloft with torture devices attached to their bodies and exchange.
Sorry, I didn't know that it was on the field of battle. I thought it was just like a program where you get indoctrinated basically, and like it's like some flagellant thing.
Sword the size,
but this makes a lot more
body,
sense.
Completely armorless to determine if this is how they die or if the Emperor will forgive them. Even the most famous champion of the sisters, that Saint Celestine, was a repentia. Even she questioned her faith, and if she can do it, so can you. Just don't run away again. They don't really do third chances. The Sisters of Battle are martyrdom-enthused zealots that create miracles in their tread. Their devotion is boundless and also a direct source of their power. A whole army of power-armored soldiers shooting, burning, and melting all in their path is bad enough, but it enters a whole different level when God is on your side. By bolter shell, flamer burst, and melta blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin of existence. So has it been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time.
Since orcs have like the power of belief, and it seems to be either like heavily implied or confirmed that the Sisters of Battle also have the power of belief, with how zealous the Imperium is, how come it doesn't extend more to them? Is this kind of like an instance of like Slanesh being birthed because the depravity was just that much more? Like the Sisters of Battle are just like that much more believers relative to the rest of the Imperium? Super willpower thing. No, the Emperor might just be blessing them. Would the Emperor want to bless them though? Because I thought he doesn't like religion. You need to have some warp connection. Well, if that's the case, then right, since hold on a second, when psychers are used as like navigators in ships and they're dreaming to manifest a certain like reality and guide them through the warp, right, is that not a similar principle? Couldn't you just have psychers like en masse be indoctrinated to believe something? I know psychers are more rare, but like I guess it's because you really need that many more people. I thought they had to be a psyker though. They're not. Oh, they're a certain type of abhuman. Hold on, I think so. The ones that go to sleep and they dream a specific thing to guide them through the warp, right, on a ship, are navigators, or that's the Jellar field. Okay, all navigators are psychers, but not all psychers are navigators. I'm so confused. They keep the faith power purposely vague. Navigators are the lighthouse, psychers shielding the ship are a separate guy. Okay, who is the one that manifests like the reality, basically? A normal psycher. Okay, you guys are useless. I'm not even gonna bother.
The Imperium devolving into wars of faith is to push its agenda further. Where the xenophobic nature of humanity was once strong, it has now been magnified, and there are plenty of aliens in this galaxy. 6,000 years prior to the current events of 40K, a planet was found by
let's back this up.
Time. The Imperium evolving into wars
it's just
of faith
confusing because
further. Where the
I accidentally put on 2 times. Yeah, you guys are useless. It's okay, you try. No, because I was wondering, theoretically, right? Is it because of the just absolute sheer scale? Because orcs don't have as big of or as strong of a connection to the warp as the Eldar do, right? But because they have such big numbers, when they have the Wa, you know, they can influence en masse, and because they have like genetic memory. I'm assuming that those are the differences that allow them to have more I guess, impact on the real world through belief. But it's like a similar principle for the Sisters of Battle. So I was wondering if it was possible on, like, for more of the Imperium. It could be something like that, but Games Workshop has never explained it. It's just miracles. Look too closely and the Inquisition will find you. I mean, true, but what is the Inquisition going to do to me now? Nothing. Okay? But I was wondering because, like, the Imperium has so many people and the Emperor is worshipped en masse. So I was wondering how it's not more subconsciously influenced across the board. Or maybe it is and we don't know. And we can't pinpoint examples. I'm gonna conclude that no one fucking knows. It just isn't, or it is.
The nature of humanity was once strong. It has now been magnified, and there are plenty of aliens in this galaxy. 6,000 years prior to the current events of 40K, a planet was found by an AdMech exploration vessel. The life forms on the planet were seen using tools, but they were still very primitive, so the
this music is really good, by the way.
In this galaxy. 6,000 years prior to the current events of 40K, a planet was found by an AdMech exploration vessel. The life forms on the planet were seen using tools, but they were still very primitive, so the planet was marked for destruction to pave the way for the Imperial war machine. However, this was thrown off because of an extreme warp storm and that whole Doge Van Dyer thing. Flash forward to modern day, and an unknown but highly advanced vessel was shot down near an Imperial mining world, and the bodies on this vessel matched those life forms found on that primitive world. The native creatures on that planet were able to evolve rapidly due to them being unobstructed, and their highly advanced gear posed a new threat to the Imperial. Advancing over these years with a remarkable speed, these are the new upstarts in the galaxy.
This is giving me XCOM trauma.
All in the name of the greater good. These are the... The alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him. Pity him his ignorance. Seek to understand his differences and acquaint him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. The early history of the Tau is chaotic at best. Due to their extreme speed run to space travel,
why does no one have a fucking nose?
Were overburdened with inner conflict. It wasn't until the appearance of the Ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes marked their unification under one common belief. Speed run to space travel, their journey to the stars were overburdened with inner conflict. It wasn't until the appearance of the Ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes marked their unification under one common belief, the greater good of the Tau Va.
What about the greater good?
The greater good.
How can this be for the greater good?
The greater good.
This system is a caste-based system that seeks to unify and organize the Tau into an effective and successful society while working for their mutual benefit. These castes, in order from lowest to highest, are the Fire or Shas caste, which is soldiers, Earth/Theo, which is manufacturers and industrialists, the Water or Hor, being diplomats and traders, and the Air/Core, being Navy officers. Also, you have the Ethereal/Un, which is the lords and leaders of the Tau. Now,
I just want to say, I'm probably not going to remember these ones. Also, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Like the paths of the Eldar, the Tau don't get any say into which caste they're in. It's determined upon birth due to inheritance from a parent. Trying to deviate from your caste or trying to do tasks or even use tools assigned to another caste is a grievous crime against the Ethereals, and those guilty of this crime tend to be sent to re-education camps, which sounds not so greater good, but a greater good than the good that the Imperium sees as greater. The guidance of the greater good also encourages the growth of the Empire through the absorption of other races and cultures. The expansion of the Tau Empire is split into spheres of time. So far, there have been 5 spheres of expansion, with a 6th one being planned in the current timeline. The first 2 spheres saw the Tau move beyond their homeworld and settle new planetary systems, known as Seps, and absorb multiple races into their ranks. But the 3rd sphere is where we see the Tau interact with the Imperium for the first time, which went about as well as you think it did. The Tau, as mentioned before, are highly...
Nani?
Which went about as well as...
So when he says the third sphere was the first time, was that when the admex came and said, oh yeah, you guys are
I
worthless?
think it did. The Tau, as mentioned before, are highly advanced compared to some of the other species in the galaxy, and their military tactics are highly precise. Instead of the Imperial methodology of throwing everything at a problem, the Tau carefully assess any battle and take as many precautions as possible. Commonly, you will see a Tau warrior in a heavily modified battle
Oh, that
suit
was
with
before,
advanced
okay.
targeting systems. The Tau do not often consider close combat to be something very effective, so they don't really put much stock into it. Their Gundam-like battlesuits have a multitude of functionality, ranging from overwhelming firepower to stealth-based combat, and since they're an upstart species with a bit of technical flair, they have plenty of AI drones that help them in the field of battle. In addition to this, the Tau are also joined in the field of battle by some of the species that have been absorbed into the fold of the greater good. These auxiliaries often employ tactics that the Tau are unable to do on their end, such as the brute force and almost primitive nature of the Kroot, combined with the Geonosian aerial shock attack style of the Vespens. But the Tau assimilate more and more species with time, including even some humans who wish to break off from the Imperium for pick a reason. The aesthetic of the Tau also leans a bit more into the East Asian sci-fi aesthetics. The large mech suits definitely evoke that Gundam look, but the general garb of their higher-ups kind of create that motif, and they often have accents in the games that they are in. But while Tau are looked at as Gundam mech faction by some, others enjoy them for the full coalition of aliens. One of my favorite images in
I will say
Warhammer
that
is
is very
this
cool.
official artwork by Games Workshop. Now, not a single one of these aliens are a faction in Warhammer, and yet they all are different species that do exist in this universe. The Milky Way galaxy is vast, and while the Imperium and many others exterminate what they can find, the Tau will assimilate those that can be assimilated.
The Tau Empire is very similar to the Halo Covenant or the Mass Effect Council. Thank you, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, I swear I've seen this before. I was like, something about this feels very familiar. There's something else too. I don't remember. But it had like an amalgamation of different species in their army. Just remember Avatar elements and ethereals. Ethereals, maybe he'll
The
explain
crew
it.
investments we already discussed, and the humans and also Votan will join them at times. But you also have the Galg, the
Cabal,
Nikasar,
yes.
the Borg, the Thraxian, the Turellian, Greet, Domati, and many others. Some of these are just one-off lines, and some are major players in the civilization. The Nikasar are, for lack of a better word, gigantic psychic polar bears with bird-like faces. The Tau have psychic bears. And the fact I haven't seen this is a crime. The Tau as a culture are
So true,
generally
Bricky.
marred by the various issues that an advanced civilization would have in an unadvanced galaxy. They do not travel through the warp because of the insane dangers, but instead use a more classic FTL jump. However, because they aren't going through hell, it makes them a lot slower than many other races. The Imperium might surf through hell and lose a few ships, but they will get there first. Often they will take enormous cannons and weaponry and defeat their foes before they can even close the gap. One of their light walkers carried a weapon of lethal effect. It fired a form of ultra-high velocity projectile.
Sorry, real quick. Because, I don't think I asked this before, but are there limitations to how frequently, actually maybe we did, but like how frequently you can travel through the warp depending on your position and who you are? Just as like a precaution against chaos corruption? I think actually maybe I did ask this before. Because I imagine like an Imperial guard or something can't go nearly as much as a Space Marine, right?
I saw one of our tanks after being hit by it. There was a small hole punched in either flank. One, the projectile's entry point, the other, its exit. The tiny munition had passed through the vehicle with such speed that everything within the hole not welded down had been sucked out through the exit hole, including the crew. We never identified their bodies, for all that remained of them was a red stain upon the ground, extending some 20 meters from the wreck. The fascination of the Tau is that in any other modern day world, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's the greater good or nothing at all. But in the world of Warhammer, the simple fact that humans are accepted into their sphere should they please already puts them far and above the other races that would murder or eat them. But
do they not need a nose? Like actually, is there a lore reason why they don't need a nose? Do they not need to smell things? Do they smell things through their hands or something? Going through the warp is like pulling the gacha every time you warp. Is it that little hole? That's their nose? What
In any other modern day...
The... Up near their eyebrows? That's a nose. Interesting. What that nose did. I'm just kidding. Going through the warp is like pulling the gacha every time you warp. Okay, now I have to ask. So, how many times have the Lamenters gotten fucked by the warp? I know, because I just think of Voldemort every time. I don't see like a nose, man. Amaya would gacha pull 10 Slanesh demons in her warp travel. Lots. Oh yeah, that checks out. No! I mean, I guess technically, yeah, it's kind of more efficient if things... Wait a second. Why? Let me Google this. Why do our noses protrude? To condition inhaled air, warming and humidifying before it reaches the lungs, as a byproduct of facial structure changes such as shrinking jaws. Oh god, you do have ADHD. Did you think I was lying? I was diagnosed 10 years ago.
World, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's the leaders from the wreck.
Hold on.
The fascination of the Tau is that in any other modern day world, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's the greater good or nothing at all. But in the world of Warhammer, the simple fact that humans are accepted into their sphere should they please already puts them far and above the other races that would murder or eat them. But despite this, the existential dread that is the Tau Empire is ever so apparent. Despite being hyper-advanced and welcoming a coalition of aliens, they are the upstarts, and they are painfully outnumbered on all sides. Almost any other faction in the universe, given the right amount of force, can wipe out the Tau Empire from existence. They themselves might not be perfect, but their slight glimmer of hope is exactly that, a glimmer in a dark and crushing galaxy. Of course, nobody dares take the attempt to destroy the Tau Empire, because doing so is an
like
enormous
almost 29,
amount of resources, and for the same reason why you don't full send your whole army to one person in a commander game of Magic. You open yourself up to player 2 and 3. But not to say it won't be a struggle. The Tau Empire, when prepared, are a vicious fighting force who might delete your formation before you even see them. But they lack numbers, and in the dark corners of the galaxy, something is coming that is entirely numbers.
Tyrannid? Yeah.
There is a cancer eating at the Imperial. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale, and all we can try to do is stop the swarms of bioengineer monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salve our fears. We call it the Tyrannid race. But if it is aware of us at all, it must only know us as prey.
The jean suits. Okay, when I saw you spell jeans like that, I immediately thought of that, like, I think it was like from Family Guy or like The Simpsons, where there were the Venom jeans. I think it was actually The Simpsons, where he had the Venom jeans. Honestly, okay, maybe it's because I haven't learned a ton about the Tyrannids yet, but I thought that I would like the Tyrannids more because in StarCraft 2, my favorite faction was the Zerg. But surprisingly, I did not. I don't dislike them, but I thought I would like them more.
Enough with the sheer volume of violence that exists in the confines of the Milky Way. However, there is a threat to the galaxy that extends beyond our known galaxy that is creeping ever closer and cannot be negotiated with. What drew them to the galaxy is unclear. It may have been the light of the Astronomicon itself, like a moth to a flame. It could have been a Xenos device detonated in the Horus Heresy. It could have been that they were done eating the intra.
What are we seeing here? Oh my god, are these blueberries? They have the so big as symbol. The Tau managed to kill a dreadnought and had an existential crisis, finding it to be older than their empire. That's fucking hilarious. I know people say Tyrannids inspired the what do you call it? The Zerg. Because I know people said it was originally going to be a Warhammer game, but then other people said that's not true. And then it became he said, she said.
Unclear. It may have been the light of the Astronomicon itself, like a moth to a flame. It could have been a Xenos device detonated in the Horus Heresy.
Kerrigan's a goat.
It could have been that they were done eating the Andromeda Galaxy and they have come to take ours. Or they might be running from something far, far worse. Regardless of the why, the where, when it came to the first official contact with these creatures, was the planet of Tyrannid. This is the site where the Imperium encountered a fleet of these creatures before being utterly torn to shreds. Thus, these creatures became known as the Tyrannids. There is plenty of evidence that the Tyrannids have been lurking in our galaxy for years beforehand, but this was the first true instance of their presence being fully known. Unlike other creatures in the realm of 40k that can be talked to, captured, or negotiated with, the Tyrannids are unable to be reasoned with. They are, at their core, animals.
That is
but
a
not
sick
the fun kind
design.
of animals. They are the xenomorphs of 40k, and boy are
All
they
the
hungry.
exposed organs
They
like
are
that?
instinctively hardwired to either kill or be killed, and they are an unrelenting force due to this. However, just because they don't talk outwardly doesn't mean they don't communicate with one another. The true horror of the Tyrannids is found in their driving force, the hive mind.
3, 2, 1.
Hot in here by Nelly.
That's what I guessed. What?
You see, the Tyrannids are a collective consciousness that are all connected to a singular embodiment of psychic power that is utterly incomprehensible to the human mind. To keep this connection there, the Tyrannids on the field of battle are followed around by synapse creatures, essentially serving as their Bluetooth connection to the greater hive mind. This allows them to send and receive information.
These are the ones where when you kill them in Space Marine 2, it kills the other ones, right? Like it kills the little dudes?
About the battle they're in, and it also allows them to adapt to certain situations based off of the information gained. Depending on the enemy, the swarm might be able to develop a new weapon or new tactics so they can get the upper hand. When the synapse connection is cut, they are unable to essentially form a save state and are stranded. The sheer power of the hive mind presence pours from each Tyrannid in such a manner that it causes a distortion in the warp itself. A hive fleet's arrival can cause a dark shadow the size of several light years, coined the shadow in the warp. This shadow prevents any use of the warp itself. A hive fleet's arrival can cause a dark shadow the size of several light years, coined the shadow in the warp. This shadow prevents any usage of the warp, or at least makes it exceptionally difficult. Communications shut down due to astropaths being unable to talk. Ships cannot freely enter the warp, and even creatures with a warp sensitivity feel an immense dread due to it.
Sorry, that takes me a second to register.
Astropaths being unable to talk, exceptionally difficult. Communications shut down due to astropaths being unable.
Astropaths? What are those? Hive mind psychic power is so large it blots out the warp brothers. Psychic messengers are the human psychic telephones. Oh. Okay. Psychers communicate with other planets. So, okay, when they communicate like this, are they able to, is it basically telepathy? Like long scale telepathy, or what? Is it very intensive for them to do? Oh, so you can't. Okay, can you have like full paragraphs? Oh, it's emotions, sensations, and symbols. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's not explicit words. So there's some. Can you? Is there often a situation where it gets misinterpreted? Okay, I was gonna say this can be misinterpreted, right? Okay, because I was wondering, since I know communication is super slow between various planets under the Imperium, I was wondering why this isn't used as a solution more, but I guess that makes sense. Is this like something that's like present on every single planet? And is this, I imagine this is very intense, right? Since you're trying to send specific imagery to another planet. And it's very hard on your body. No, just planets that matter. Can't be, but there's a standard astropath key to try and keep things clear and standard. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking, I'm like, if this is really hard on your body, then I imagine they just do what they do with the, like, the choir things, and then yeah, you guys said that they do. Oop.
to talk. Ships cannot freely enter the warp, and even creatures with a warp sensitivity feel an immense dread due to it. It causes everything to just kind of sit dead like at a buffet counter waiting for the afternoon meal rush. The Tyrannids meander through the galaxy in these gigantic hive fleets that are fueled by bioships, and these ships contain birthing pools for Tyrannid armies and more ships. Everything about the Tyrannids is organic, and to fuel this war machine, the Tyrannids consume any and all biomass they come across and absorb it into their respective hive. From the ground to literally the air, the Tyrannids strip a planet to a lifeless and uninhabitable hulk. As a means to curb the advancement of the Tyrannids, the Imperium has been known to preemptively exterminatus worlds in the path of a hive fleet so that they have less biomass to consume in an attempt to starve them. The Halo method, literally scorched earth tactics by taking everything out of the freezer and lighting it on fire. Outside of the obvious threat and adaptive and unreasonable enemy posed on the field of battle, the most dangerous aspect of the Tyrannids comes in the form of their general unpredictability. The Tyrannids are external to the Milky Way galaxy itself, and it's unknown where they truly hail from. However, their arrival in the Milky Way is seemingly random and in 3D space, implying quite heavily that Tyrannids have the galaxy surrounded in some kind of way.
Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna look up real quick how big the Milky Way is. How big is the Milky Way galaxy? Okay, planets in Milky Way galaxy in order. I'm just trying to get the size of scale here, because I don't actually know. I assume that the Imperium has gone outside of the Milky Way galaxy, right? Are they such a quick kilometers? No, they haven't. Really? They can't go out of the Milky Way? Why can I not go out of the Milky Way? Look at a 40k map. 40k map of the galaxy. Humans in the time frame the setting have, and we have heard about them, but not the Imperium itself. Huh? Do you mean like humans like on the outskirts of the galaxy? There's no warp between galaxies. Really? That's so weird. I feel like that's like an active writing choice for certain, I guess, expansion. But I'm confused. Can't you just warp to the edge of the Milky Way galaxy and then go? I know you said it's darkness, right? But there's nothing they can do, right? It seems like it's just a writing excuse. Similarly to how there are two, like, unspoken about primarchs, right? The Silent King did? Oh, really? Hold on, let me see. Let me see the galaxy. I remember one time when I was in elementary school, I went to a science camp over the summer, right? And when I was at the science camp, I remember being in an observatory. And I would love to go to an observatory, by the way. I love sitting there and listening to the narration about space. But I remember how mind-boggling it was to hear the constant like relatives they would give. Like, this is this size, so this would be the equivalent of like thousands and thousands of like football stadiums or something, you know? And I remember thinking to myself, I can understand how people would go insane trying to understand the scope of these things. It's like fucking nuts. So is there anything implied about other warps potentially? Like other warp equivalents for other galaxies? Do they know anything about other galaxies? I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of hard finding a decent map here. 40k map of the galaxy. No? Deep warp. Hold on, I need to zoom in. Oh, it won't let me zoom in. Zoom. Is that Mazda? Might be Mazda. Maybe it's not. I don't think. Zoom. Slogan. It is Mazda. It's a little see more. There's no currents in between because there's nothing to make currents. I can't fucking find them. Oh, there they are in the bottom right near the Haddix anomaly and the Scourge stars. Let's see, where are we? Oh, I see. They're at the very, very edge. And then... Okay. Also, thank you, Envy. We're like a slight left. It looks like a lot more than a slight left. Tiny like Amaya. Am I tiny? Okay, so when you say... Question mark. Sorry, 1 second. No, it's all the same warp, but there's no current in between. Because there's nothing to make currents. It's because the vastness between each galaxy is so large that it can't like maintain a connection between them to actually connect to another galaxy? Question mark? To repeat, it would take 2.5 million years at the speed of light to reach the closest galaxy. Space big. Space real big. No life, no emotion, nothing to stir the warp. That's fucking insane. Like, actually. If you... Okay. This is gonna sound really, really weird. But when you said that, my first thought was like, what if you just had like a bunch of humans and they were all on a line together and in space and you threw them into space and then you just like push them. You just push them into like the edge of the galaxy. Like, would that start to spread it out? I don't know. That was just my first thought. Like, you could put so many humans on a line? No, it depends on who you put. Right? I'm just saying, it would depend on who you put. Not everyone would die. And plus, like, you need like a crazy long line, right? But like, maybe you could slowly just like expand. I don't know. Now you're thinking like an Imperial. Oh my.
Due to this, you will sometimes see instances of species engaged in a separate conflict, both agree to a temporary
I'm here to discover the new world.
To take out a Tyrannid threat, because regardless of the
let's go back.
instance, see surrounded in some kind of way. Due to this, you will sometimes see instances of species engaged in a separate conflict, both agree to a temporary truce in order to take out a Tyrannid threat, because regardless of the stakes at hand,
Are there any notable instances of that, by the way? Wait, sorry. I know it was brought up earlier that they just kind of like appeared in the Milky Way galaxy, but is that... Where are the examples that they came from outside the Milky Way galaxy? You know it's possible, just the resources and likely no return is insane. Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't expect anyone to return from that. The first Tyrannid invasion was known to be from outside the galaxy. Like, they saw it come from outside the galaxy. The trail of dead planets that lead outside the galaxy. I see. Okay, thank you. I think I missed that, sorry. Also, thank you, Envy. Leviathan appeared in the middle of the galaxy. They came from under... Fucking words, huh? Actually, hold on. I'm thinking. I'm forgetting. It's gone. Gone like the wind.
Existence of the Tyrannid...
Oh! I was wondering how Tyrannid spaceships work because everything's organic, right? Is it similar to like an a lithid ship where it's like actually alive? I assume so, right? I don't imagine they manufacture shit. They just birth things and they're turned into different things. Do they explain how it manages to go through space? Does it not eat oxygen? How many animals don't need oxygen? Only one. I feel like I've heard of multiple, like 3. It does need oxygen, they just take it with them? Oh. Now that I think about it. Actually, in general, right? I know that when I was talking about space marines being thrown into space, you guys said that they could survive for a time because they have like they have like super efficient lungs and they have like extra oxygen or something. Wait for the next quote you read. Oh, yeah. It's explained, but not in this video. Other creators have done deep dives. Oh, okay. They use regular combustion, expelling gases to move in the system. They move faster than light by enhancing destination's gravity and fall towards you with a specialized creature. I just want to say that's even more terrifying that they can do that, like as a species. Not necessarily because they're animals, but because like, I guess they're like hive mind, right? That's fucking scary, dude.
Regardless of the stakes at hand, the existence of the Tyrannids marks the heat death of the galaxy itself. And all the factions can ultimately agree that the Tyrannids themselves
outside
act
the Milky
as
Way
the
too,
biggest threat
right?
to all of them. The Tyrannid race is truly an unknowable horde and pulls from that horror of the unknown. They, as a faction, are not ones with a large amount of general lore because their entire race is told from the point of view of those being eaten by them. Tyrannids are called that due to the planet Tyrannid they destroyed
that's true.
earlier, and their names are often phrases given to them by their victims. The Swarm Lord, Old One-Eye, the Death Leaper, Von Ryan's Leapers, and so on. Despite the inability to even perceive the vast psychic hive mind of the Tyrannids, they are fiercely intelligent. Special poisons.
Actually, what is the definition of an animal? You can still be intelligent in an animal. That's not like a... What do you call it? Animal definition. Yeah, there's nothing... Yeah, we're animals too. There's nothing implying that it's not intelligent just because it's an animal. I guess because it's more just like because it's a hive mind. It's true, we don't understand the intelligence behind it.
And items designed to counter them are adapted in a matter of hours. If you bring light infantry, they create heavy monsters. If you brought weapon emplacements, they spawn little creatures to scour your vents and sewers. Many of you enjoyed the Servitor excerpt from part 1, and so bear with me as I provide you another very long account of a planetary governor whose planet is in the final death throes of the Tyrannid menace. This starts about halfway through. It has been many weeks since a handful.
Aren't we animals though? Why wouldn't they be animals? I don't even know what's considered an animal at this point, and like how you would define it in 40k.
Full of us escaped the sinking of the Sea Fort Divine Anchor via airlift. We have escaped in this manner because the Tyranids had overwhelmed so much of our world, they no longer appeared to need to continue spawning beasts for aerial supremacy. I shall never forget what I saw from my craft's portholes. Alien biostructures dominated Huto's surface. Gigantic, lumpen barnacles pumped out clouds of matter to further poison the planet alongside pulsating, brain-like nodes that resembled lethal fungi. Immense capillary towers stretched high into the poisoned sky. The glistening chitin.
But the definition of sentience is to like... Okay. Hold on. Isn't it just a few things? It would be sentience versus sapience, no? Sentience versus sapience. Versus consciousness. Oh my. Sentience is a... This is... Mind you, take this with a grain of salt. AI summary. Sentience is the basic... I'm dying. Finally, the sweet release of death. Sentience is a basic ability to feel sensations and emotions / pain / pleasure. Yeah. Sapience represents higher order intelligence, reasoning, wisdom. Consciousness is a state of being awake, aware, self-aware, encompassing both feeling and thought. Okay. I'm okay. I just went down the wrong hole. Dude. So I don't know how much proof there is of their sapience, but they are, I imagine, sentient, right? Consciousness is also not necessarily proven. But I mean, how many people have arrived or like interacted with a Genestealer and then I guess like came out okay and they knew it was a Genestealer? Definitely sentient. We just don't know if they're sapient since they just eat us. Yeah, because as you said, like everything is from the point of view of people around Tyrannid. Sorry, like, what did I just do? I don't remember where I was choking. That was not pleasant though. I did not like that. If they knew it was a Genestealer, probably not a lot. Really? So when people find out something is a Genestealer, does the Genestealer kind of like have an indicator that they've been like exposed? Or what? I mean, obviously it would depend on how each person thinks about it, right? Oh, they do. Genestealers are a bit special since the GSC are also part of the other race. Because they're like people that were given the keys and then they get converted, right? Genestealers used to be separate from the Tyrannids. They've been retconned into an advanced Tyrannid force. They also don't have an individual, to my understanding. They will melt down their own forces just as fast as the enemy. This is so trippy. I really want to know more about them because It's very confusing since they're a hive mind species. First generation Genestealers don't know they're Genestealers, I at least think, for a while. That's a thing. Oh, those are very different. Are those the Recon ones?
Coating their flanks crawled over by chains of lesser beasts fulfilling some sick alien purpose I cannot know. Digestion pools spread for miles, replacing our once great lakes with reservoirs of bubbling biomatter. Tides of creatures bloated with consumed flesh vomited their guts into the pools or threw themselves entirely into the billowous liquid. Amidst the seas of feeder beasts consuming all in their path, we would every so often see an explosion or a burst of fire. Were these heroic final stands by other survivors, or merely abandoned ordnance detonating at random? I will never know. I cannot rejoice in the deaths they inflicted. The biomatter of the dead Xenos was surely recycled by the Xenos regardless in no time at all. Our aircraft ran out of fuel a week ago. Now I stand in the snow, not far from the peak of Mont Saint Hila. I am the only one left that I know. One by one, those with me perished. The slightest cut on a mountain rock resulted in an immediate infection that left the pilot screaming in agony. Her co-pilot fired the shot that ended her torture, and my senior aide threw himself from a ledge, the reality that there was no escape hitting him. I have no idea what happened to my chief medicae. Others were slain by lone beasts the rest of us were unable to kill or drive away. A justly deserved end will soon be mine. I have failed on every possible level. We were not even able to send word. An alien disease has me within its grasp. My limbs are numb, my tongue is dry as sand, my head throbs. Even at these chilled heights, I sweat profusely. From here where I sit, I can see the final death unfold on the planet entrusted
This guy has a lot of last words. I just want to say that.
to me. Before me,
I know it's
is
coming
the
from me, but still.
Radarin Ocean. The water level is visibly dropping, hour by hour. They are even taking our seas. There are enormous beasts with great, slowly
essay, I
flapping
guess. Maybe he'll
wings
get extra
and
credit.
immense open maws moving through the sky. I may be at high altitude, but the air is thinner here than it should be. I know enough of mountaineering to know that. They will not even leave our air. There is an isthmus I can see.
Oh, that's fucking crazy, actually. Okay, I'm joking, obviously. If I was gonna die, I would want to leave as much information as possible, especially if I am part of an Imperium where I live and die for my god, you know? But that's insane that the sheer mass of them, there's so many of them that there's not enough oxygen, that the air is thinning. That's crazy.
Upon which is sat one of the Xenos capillary towers. Now I believe I can tell what they are truly for. High up, foul Xenos bioships cling to their flanks like twisted calves at their mother's udders. They are feasting, I am sure, hungrily filling themselves to burst on the hideous gruels that are what remains of my people.
There's a huge one eating the air? Oh, okay, so when it eats the air, is that eating it to save oxygen for space travel, or is it eating it to just eat it? Oh, it refuels like that. Okay. Wait, hold on. I want to scroll up. It is really strange, even more so when you think the guys consider guys like the Swarmlord are an individual creature but can get made by different fleets, like he gets recreated. I'm sure people have probably thought about this before. Hi, Shinon. But there's like a possibility, right, that the Tyrannids could be controlled by one big ass, gigantic, like Giga Chad Tyrannid outside of like everything we know, right? I wonder if it could be outside the Milky Way. But that would, I don't think it could be outside the Milky Way though. Because wouldn't it need the synapses? Or is it just that strong that it doesn't need the synapses? That it can travel across, like, that it can like send orders through all that, through that distance. Which is even crazier to think about. There's no one big Tyrannid that you know of. It could be true. It could be a possibility. Because I think the biggest barrier would be distance, right? But also simultaneously, I feel like there's a problem with that theory, and the problem with it would be there's no need for it to exist in a place where there's no longer any biomass, because it would have eaten all Tyrannids would have eaten all the biomass in that galaxy. So it doesn't make sense for it to exist outside of the Milky Way, at least not presently. But I don't know. Who knows?
Witness the planet's death from sinister start to hideous conclusion. I see the power of our foe, and though I have shown boundless weakness these past months, I do not see how we could ever have won. If this is any sort of good news, it seems that one thing that might be an inadvertent repellent effect on the Tyrannids is chaos. Chaos and chaotic energies offer no nourishment to the Tyrannids, they cannot eat that. And the presence of rifts and warp storms work as a means to starve out the Tyrannid fleet. The Tyrannids, of course, are attempting to adapt to this, but it seems that even at the most primal core of the galaxy itself, Chaos agrees that these dinner guests are not welcome in any way, shape, or bioform. In the end, though, the Tyranids represent the final fears of the galaxy itself. Despite the goals to conquer the galaxy as a whole, the remainder of the universe may very well be dead and derelict space.
Not all the Tyranids from outside the Milky Way have arrived yet. How do we know this? They were the last living galaxy because they've eaten everything. Honestly, that's an extremely terrifying thought, theoretically, right? Because they keep coming. How do we know they're not dipping in? I mean, I guess that would be the logical conclusion, but there are just more of them. Tyrannid Hive fleet map. Okay, I Google. Nani kore? Tyrannid Hive fleet map. You know what? Yeah. This is not useful to me. I don't understand it. I'm understanding nothing. Yup. You know what? I Googled it. I tried, so that's fine. Hierophant Bio-Titan. Here, the largest Tyrannid form we have fought. Well, okay, here, I was wondering, because there's so much that isn't known about the Tyranids, right? And if they're still coming from outside the galaxy, is that because they're arriving late? Is that because there is more that we don't know about? Is that because, I don't know. Are any of these like ones that are coming in from outside the galaxy, did they come? Like, did they leave the Milky Way, then go back to their galaxy, and then come back here? You know? Actually, now that I think about it, it's not as, I guess, implausible as I initially thought, because if they're still coming from outside the galaxy, sorry, there's something in my throat. But if they're still coming from outside the galaxy, that must mean that they have enough biomass to make that trip, right? So who knows? I don't actually... Obviously, there's a lot of stuff I don't know, right? Shockingly. But maybe it's possible that the Tyrannid are just like dogs. They're like hunting dogs for something bigger. So it could be so many different things. Like me, yeah, but you're disobedient, so you're worthless. It's assumed that they probably consumed other galaxies already, so they're making us the next pit stop. They are like puppies, though. Once you move fast enough, time dilation gets wacky, so the trip could have been much shorter with their evolutions. That's true. But like... Also, theories, there's a few events that could have triggered them coming, or it could be random chance. That's true. There are so many things it could be. But yeah, I don't know. I personally like the theory that they're just like hunting dogs. But I would be really, really curious to know what would go on in a Tyrannid's mind. I would be a little disappointed if it was just eat, eat, eat. There's nothing wrong with it, right? But like... it would be cool if it was more than that, especially since there's so many elements of mystery and layers of like unknown You know what I mean? I don't know if other people feel similarly. One theory is that the Tyrannids were designed to destroy chaos because they eat all biomatter, no chaos. That's true. If that was the case, then wouldn't they be, I guess, controlled by something, or like created by something like the Necrons? Because a lot of Necrons don't even have souls. I heard one theory that the old ones made them to defeat the Necrons, saving all the DNA from life forms in the galaxy. The old ones? But I thought Necrons went in the furnace because of the Catan, and then they had their souls eaten by them. Actually, the Necrons can't, because they don't have souls, like, I think some of them still do, right? But I'm like, actually, maybe not all of them. No, I think all of them don't have souls, right? But that means they don't fuel chaos, right? Or do they? Because they still simulate emotions or think they have them, like certain emotions, but they all went in the furnace, so no souls, but they don't feed chaos. Okay. Interesting. So you can't even gaslight yourself because there's no connection because no soul, right? No, I'm not saying Necrons created them. I'm saying it would have to be something without a soul, like a Necron, to actually want that purpose. Unless you just wanted to watch the entirety of everything be destroyed. I never said it was the Necrons. I said maybe something like the Necrons because they don't have a soul. We don't know if the Tyranids ate everything or if they're prey to something else. That's true. It's heavily implied that the main reason the Silent King returned as acting is because he met the Tyranids and was very afraid. Yeah, I mean, if people band together, I wouldn't be surprised. Have there ever been any instances of Necrons and the Imperium banding together to defeat Tyranids? What are the combos that we've seen? They do have a presence in the warp, but they won't stay, so it's a net loss for chaos. No, I might not got Necrons. Blood Angels and Necrons and Imperial fodder. So like Imperial Guardsmen. One book has chapters from the perspective... Why is this not working? That's so strange. Sorry, Envy. One book has chapters from the perspective of a lictor. The Assassinates. What's that? Also, thank you. And welcome, Raiders! Hi, Mochi. I hope you had a great stream. Hello, I'm Amaya Whisper, your snarky guild leader here to bully you, and I'm 5 hours in, and I'm almost done this video, guys. Look, I'm at 1 hour and 22 minutes, and I'm almost done. Do not ask me why it took this long. I think this is actually worse than my first one. I did not think I would have this many more questions after the first one, which is kind of insane. Oh my gosh. Hey, Amaya, why did it... I don't know. I don't know why. I think you mean better? Are my questions better? I don't know. I feel like my questions were worse this time around. Every answer just makes 2 more questions. It's true, though! Okay, I personally don't think my my questions are bad. So I'm gonna say that. Hey, but my ADHD is on topic, though. I'm asking things about this specifically. I'm even coming up with my own theories. Are you proud of me, chat? Victors are scout Tyranids are deployed alone to new planets that can turn invisible. Oh, they're like their stealth units. What kind of thought? Like, how do their thoughts sound? Do they think like us? Is it simple, like caveman speak? Or what? Is it similar to how psyker or like astropaths would communicate? But, well, I'm asking because Envy says one book has chapters from the perspective of a lictor, the Assassinids. If there's one chapter. Elaborate, please. Because I was like, I thought everything was from the perspective of every other species and race. There were a couple Space Marine librarians, psychers, that peered and heard the hive mind and they were horrified and disgusted. I imagine that's when you get a glimpse into something like that, it's something you cannot describe with words from your language. You know what I mean? Like, just completely incomprehensible. I like your questions are often more thoughtful than the lore itself. That's what Nori said, but I don't feel that way. Oh my god, that's true! He didn't go over the Grey Knights, Kia! Oh my gosh. I wouldn't put too much stock into a librarian point of view. They're indoctrinated. Could be feelings because one lictor expressed sadistic intent when attempting to scare an Imperial governor into madness. I think that implies like a level of sapience. What did I say? You said that, I think you said something about my questions being more thoughtful than the lore itself. But I feel like there is a lot of thought put into it. There's just too many thoughts that have to happen. I've heard the Tyrannid's hive mind is much complicated than human, though process. But individual regular Tyrannids are very simple and driven by almost instincts without a bigger bug command. Oh, you're basically talking about the collective being more intelligent than the individual basic bugs. Honestly, Grey Knights are lame Mary Sue's. And they have so much ego too, right? Literally nothing has happened with the Grey Knights for the past 5 years. Okay, I'm curious now. What would you... Each fan of something tends to be particular in a way, or tends to have a similar character in a way, right? How would you describe Grey Knight fans? Like, just in general. Oh my god, I feel like I'm starting a civil war in chat if I ask this. I assume it's third person or adapted for a human to understand, although it would be funny for an entire chapter to just be growls and clicks. I've seen some things like that, actually. Not for this particular media, but other media I have. It's quite interesting. And sometimes people translate it too. A good chunk of Grey Knight fans are very chill and depressed folks. The unlife child. Grey Knight fans are depressed. This is so sad. Very depressed after the months of shame because they don't get any new content. The lictor lived until the last moment, certain vascular adaptations enabling its brain to outlive the death of its body and communicate its success. It felt no satisfaction achieving its mission, no exhilaration, no release at its death. It felt nothing at all before it died, and nothing after either. That's cold. Like, actually very cold. But I mean, that's how it is, right? Their lore is kind of fucked up right now, especially with the Terminus decree. I don't know how they can fix that without retconning or ass-pulling. I mean, it wouldn't be the first... My pencil! It wouldn't be the first time they ass-pulled, from the sounds of it. To clarify, I know people who play them because they like the game mechanics, but even hating them the lore. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta meta-slave, okay? Or you just gotta play what you... Or be a non-meta-slave, or you play whatever you want to play. I don't know how actually good they are. So, unless they're good, it's not meta-slaving. The Months of Shame was a small civil war. Space Wolves versus Grey Knights. Are the Space Wolves the Nordic ones? The Nordic-inspired ones? The Knights wanted to burn a world the wolves saved, so they squared up and lost. Oh. This librarian that did is one of 40k's main characters. How many... Are there a lot of characters that get multiple books that are just like known in the franchise? Like, I don't know if Robot Girly Man has a lot of books, for example, because he's pretty well known, right? Tons. I think the shadow in the warp analogy can be more literal, like reaching into someone's thoughts. A typical psyker can feel other feelings, but when psychers reach into Tyrannids, they see static and feel disgust similar to a null, so I think it's often nothing or incomprehensible. That would make sense. Oh my god. Can you imagine someone cheating on a psyker and they just detect with their vibes that you're cheating and they beat the shit out of you? 600 plus books for him? Wow. Each of the primarchs have at least 3 books. Eisenhorn, Ravener, Raffen, Beck. Don't know them. There always have been books about specific characters, but ones about tabletop characters weren't super common until fairly recently. I wonder how big the writing team is. Of course you would think of that. I'm just saying. Why beat you up, they'll pop your head like a grape. I mean, I was being generous. You know? They probably punish them in other ways. It's possible. Depends on the person, right? Okay, let's try and finish up here.
Instead of endless worlds and solar systems, it may just be bones and ash. The tendrils of the hive mind have wrapped themselves around the galaxy.
No. When I say team, I just mean like overall. I guess the roster of writers, sorry. I don't know who Vect is.
And the only thing that's guaranteed is that dinner.
To be fair,
is
even if they had a
served.
writing team, that's
However,
insane amount of
the
details.
Tyrannids are not simply the unending hordes of bugs. Beyond the more general buffet tactics
Oh, that
of
one's
the force
purple.
of the Tyrannids, the hive mind has a more secretive and dangerous means of planetary conquest in the form of something a bit more.
Vect is the de facto leader of the Dark Eldar. Let me see. So, by the way, for that dude in the Drakari in Rogue Traitor that you can romance, or is like a companion, whereabouts are they in terms of the hierarchy of the Drakari? I just realized that we didn't really learn much about the actual Drakari hierarchy. Good night, Fury as well. The purple ones are the ones everyone's fighting in Space Marine, but they don't look that purple. Malhazar, he was like middle management, low as fuck. Somehow, you saying middle management is more offensive than Sarah saying low as fuck. Because middle management feels like he's just like some ordinary office worker wage slave, dude. Let's see. No, but like even in the other one, there wasn't. I only see this dude Vect in his ship thingy. Why is he such a diva? Oh no, that's someone else. I thought he had his legs crossed. Is his headgear compensating for something?
Or terrestrial. General upheaval and revolution. However, though the idea of a societal revolt for the good of the populace is an admirable.
Wait, hold on a second. Marazai is a trueborn, not made in the vat, so he feels superior, but he lacks a lot of power. Oh, so when you say not made in the vat, that means that you mean like he was made naturally through sex. He wasn't just like a recycled soul from the warp or something like that, right?
Thing. These leaders have the nefarious intent of the hive mind itself. These are the downtrodden and the oppressed, the revolutionaries to a better cause, the heralds of the Star Children. These are the
Genestealer.
In the sunless body of our hive, the flock of the faithful grows. We are guided by our great father's sacred vision, protected by his loving hands. Within these holy shadows we dwell, while the impure bathe in spire-topped starlight. And what lies between those stars? What sails beyond those distant suns? Shrouded in night, born within that eternal black, our redeemers, our gods, truer than the silent, long-dead emperor, the children of the void. We hear them in our dreams, we feel them in our blood. They call and we will answer. We will rise and claim the engines of labor that have bound us in servitude. This world will burn. It will be cleansed, purified, made ready, and the heavens will deliver our reward. The ground zero of a Genestealer cult comes in the form of the Genestealer itself. Deep in the depths of a planet, a Genestealer acts as almost an advanced recon unit for the Tyrannids, and were the first Tyrannid units encountered by the Imperium itself long before the first Hive Fleet made its presence known. Unlike the Tyrannids that can only reproduce through the birthing pools in the fleet, a Genestealer reproduces via the Big Smooch. The Genestealer kiss is essentially what the facehugger alien does. It attaches to a victim and releases an embryo. However, instead of a chest burster, the embryo alters the genetic makeup of the host itself, turning it into the primary conductor of a localized version of the hive mind known as the brood mind. Any offspring that this host produces is known as a Genestealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival to continue to reproduce. The first few generations of a Genestealer hybrid, any abductor of a localized version of a hive mind known as the brood mind. Any offspring that this host produces is known as a Genestealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival to continue to reproduce. The first few generations of a Genestealer hybrid look more like the Genestealer itself, which in our current reality would be terrifying, but considering how the vast majority of humanity is a little mutated in 40k, it doesn't stand out as much as it should. As the generations continue, the mutations and the general alien look is almost entirely phased out, and the resulting hybrids look almost identical to the species that they once were. Due to the size of most worlds, the makings of a Genestealer cult can exist almost entirely in secret, generation after generation. After a certain period of time, those hybrids will make their way into generalized society. Still connected to the mind of the Genestealer itself, the hybrids operate with the express goal of gaining power within society itself in a political and religious sense. Most of the time, they will present themselves as—
Hold on, sorry, I need to go back a little bit.
As reality would be terrifying. Of a localized version of a hive mind known as the brood.
Oh, you do? Do they also function as like their own synapse? Do they go like alone to planets? Like this singular hive or this singular Genestealer is the only thing deployed to a planet, or no?
Any offspring that this host produces is known as a Genestealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival to continue to reproduce. The first few generations of a Genestealer hybrid look more like the Genestealer itself, which—
Okay, I'm a little confused here, because when he says Genestealer like generations, right? Does he mean, what would a generation be considered? Like you have the original Genestealer and then it gets a hybrid, and then the hybrid will smooch someone else, and then that will become more like it. Oh, they actually have kids. Okay. So they have to actively give birth. Oh, I see. Do only the original Genestealers do the smooching? The hybrids don't do the smooching? The infected human has a baby that's part Genestealer, and it's made to think the baby is normal. Oh. Infected human has a baby made to think the baby is normal. Do the hybrids lose any sense that they were originally human, for example? Question mark? Or no? Only full-bred Genestealer does a smooch. Okay, so only the original Genestealer. He explains it? Okay. The son's variants, you're meant to make up the answers to some extent when you build your own Genestealer cult army. Oh. Okay, well, I'll keep watching.
In our current reality would be terrifying, but considering how the vast majority of humanity is a little mutated in 40k, it doesn't stand out as much as it should. As the generations continue, the mutations and the general alien look is almost entirely phased out, and the resulting hybrids look almost identical to the species that they once were. Due to the size of most worlds, the makings of a Genestealer cult can exist almost entirely in secret, generation after generation. After a certain period of time, those hybrids will make their way into generalized society. Still connected to the mind of the Genestealer itself, the hybrids operate with the express goal of gaining power within society itself in a political and religious sense. Most of the time, they will present themselves as revolutionaries, looking for the betterment of the population. And honestly, it sounds great for a lot of the folks on the planet. By the people, for the people. As they expand more openly, the crossbreeding continues until all aspects of the planet's society is infiltrated. However, all bets are off when a hive fleet comes close enough. When a Tyrannid hive fleet gets close enough to a planet, the brood mind activates essentially an endgame scenario. The once political and religious leaders become bloodthirsty fanatics that work to finalize the collapse of society and the death of those who oppose them. But to those in the brood mind, the god they believe in is coming, and this is holy justice and vindication for their religious and political beliefs. As the hive arrives, the planet is essentially ripe for the taking. The original Genestealer pieces out to the next world or is reabsorbed for deployment elsewhere, and the Tyrannids begin to take the planet for themselves. The cultists sing praises and holy songs as the Tyrannids begin to eat everything up in kind of a meet the pyro sense of religious delusion. But as they are harvested, some of them are snapped back to reality, oops, there goes gravity, before they are thrown into the biomass soup. For a fleeting second, They see that this was all a ruse to consume the world, and that their false gods were a bunch of gravity before, as they are harvested, some of them meet the pyro sense of religious delusion. But as they are harvested, some of them are snapped back to reality, oops, there goes gravity, before they are thrown into the biomass soup. For a fleeting second, they see that this was all a ruse to consume the world, and that their false gods were a bunch of hungry bugs. The cultists essentially put the checkerboard dining cloth on the table for them and invited them for a feast. Due to the constant redeployment of Genestealers, there are known cults that pop up across the Imperium itself. Some of the more well-known ones are the Cult of the Bladed Cog or the Rusted Claw, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of different cults that keep popping up all over the galaxy as the Genestealers spread. And due to their covert means taking over the planet, they are not generally viewed to be a threat until it is far too late. And due to the know-how of Genestealers, they tend to be predatory to those in the lower classes of a given planet. The Genestealer cults overall have really come into their own, commercially and artistically. They have very much embraced the revolutionaries aesthetic and crafted a fascinating method in doing so. It's this great combination of this pseudo-Marxist Bolshevik uprising mixed with the hills have eyes in the populace. What's particularly enjoyable about their uprising is that often from their point of view, the reasons they have are extremely justified. Most of the members of the GSC are the extremely impoverished and menial laborers of the Imperium, who honestly wouldn't need an alien presence to provide a manifesto on reasons to revolt. Their weapons are all makeshift and often involve things like mining lasers, drilling saws, demolition charges, giant stop signs. Their political machinations work quite well, as the cult ends up being really good at assassination, especially when you have a third arm holding a pistol beneath all those robes. They're a faction rife with fascination and culture, and their plans are generations in the making, to the end goal of being thrown right back.
Dude, the Windows sound made my stomach drop too. I was like, oh, did something pop up on my screen? Jesus Christ.
Into the soup by the star children they prepared the world for. And those are the threats to the galaxy now. The degradation of almost every species is now behest by the Tyrannid menace, and all of the infighting between each and every single one of them will be their undoing. The world of Warhammer is a bleak and horrendous one, and that is in its own right the charm. It is so large, so vast, so absolutely horrendous and insane, and yet is treated with 100% severity and seriousness. In the beginning of part 1, I gave you an abridged and different opening to the Warhammer world, the grim darkness of the far future, and I leave you with this part 2 with the full quote itself. It is the 41st millennia. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets across the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too! We did it, guys! It took me 5 hours. It took me 5 hours to get through this. An hour and a half video. It took me 5 hours. Well, that was short. Could you possibly be being sarcastic? Now that you've been properly introduced, which faction is your favorite? Still Imperium. Still Imperium and Admex. I mean, mind you, there's still a lot I have in terms of questions. Okay, well, if I had to pick favorites, I really like the Imperial Guardsmen. I like the Ultramarines. I think the Salamanders are interesting. I want to learn more about the Lamenters, because Homeless said they're like me, which from everything described, yeah, that checks out. I like the Sisters of Battle. I like the Inquisition. The Rogue Traders are cool.